action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Surf, ball,
Catch, throw, try it all.
it's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and Now 365, amplifying brands in the UK.
Good morning and welcome to Lords Day 3 of this Championship match in Division 2. Live stream here at Lords, brought to you from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand. Alan Coleman, the Director of Cricket at Middlesex, is alongside me. It's a beautiful sunny day out there. It's a big day ahead. As we've said, this match is the last before the blast, so it's one that both sides will want to do desperately well in. It's been a mixed day on day 2 though for Middlesex. It means that slightly longer than they'd have hoped they'll have to bat on day 3 to make sure that they can put themselves in a good position in this game.
Yeah, morning to everyone. I think you're being generous with the mixed. I think it was a very poor day for Middlesex, and everyone in the home change room will have held their hands up and said that yesterday wasn't of the standard that the home side would expect with the ball or in the field, and a lot of work to do to rectify that. As we said, the plan is for Middlesex to match that Derby score that they got, a few more than Middlesex would have hoped, but it's quite a simple equation. Middlesex need to bat all day today to give themselves a chance of getting a result from the game.
First poor day of the summer, I'd suggest, which at this stage you'd have taken that if you're offered it at the start of the season. I think any county, you say, all right, sixth round of the season, it's the first poor day. The fact of the matter is, in this game, though, that poor day means it's going to have to be a good one today, isn't it?
Most certainly is going to be needing to be the best day of the season, needs to follow the worst day without a doubt for Middlesex to do anything in this game. I think the figure in Middlesex's head will be 150 chase for Derbyshire. That's got to be the aim, but as I said, small increments to get there and tick off a session by session and hope that Middlesex is still batting by the end of this day and can set up tomorrow as a good day of cricket. But a lot of work to do to get to that point.
Well, you teed it up yesterday morning, in fact, and said, look, Middlesex are 177 all out. Whatever Derbyshire hit, that's what Middlesex have to hit in return, and then it's 177 the chase in the final innings. That's the format of the match if Middlesex are to win it. Here's Aitchison, who's got other ideas for Derbyshire. Juicy one first up, resisted by Guinness, just strokes it up to mid-off, and that ends the over. Aitchison's got 6 in the match. It was a magnificent century from Aitchison yesterday, and Middlesex slightly off, but Aitchison's had undoubtedly the best day of his career with the bat by quite a long way. And the thing is, I was saying downstairs with a few who were discussing it in the media centre before the start, and he was driving balls off middle stump, driving balls off stump, through the covers. It was a remarkable performance by him.
It was a fantastic performance by Aitchison with bat and ball, and obviously picked up the wicket last night as well. So he's having the game of his life and richly deserved. Can take nothing away from Derbyshire's opening bowler with his performance. I think as you say, we talk about the runs that he scored and did score heavily through the cover region off the stumps, but fundamentally Middlesex didn't get enough balls consistently in the right area through that day. Hayden starting up. Keeper Guest up to the stumps, holding on strike.
And solidly in behind it. Yeah, going back to the first bad day of the season, I think that's a fair reflection, isn't it? It's defeated by Worcestershire here. But on reflection, Middlesex will probably look back at one bad hour with the ball has cost them the game, which happens. A bad day happens. But overall season so far, they'll be kicking themselves to have had that bad day yesterday. I think it's possibly the summary I'm trying to get to.
I think, when I was growing up, Angus Fraser used to say that the key was to have a good career and to be a good team. You've got to make your average days into good days and your good days into very good days, and that's how you end up having a good career. Unfortunately for Middlesex yesterday, what could have been an average day turned into be a very poor day. And had Middlesex have even just been able to make yesterday an average day and kept that score to 300, still very much in the game. But a lot of work to do from this point.
Yeah, no point diving into any sort of post-mortem when we're halfway through the game and there's a full day for Middlesex to put things right today, and that's exactly what they'll be thinking about doing with Holden and Geddes. Robson, the top scorer in the low-scoring first innings, he'd have been disappointed to get out last night and wanted to have picked up from where he's been going all season long, where he's looked pretty solid at the top. But this is a bowler surface, there's no two ways about it, and crucially through the air as well. There's been a lot through the air in this game, and that, I guess, final reflection for now on yesterday, that's the disappointment. There was enough out there, wasn't the ball through the air and off the surface, that Middlesex will feel they themselves should have performed better.
I agree, and you do wonder if Middlesex almost tried to do too much with the ball yesterday, tried to swing it and seam it too much rather than just challenging the top of off stump.
And that's the challenge today for Derbyshire. Hayden now into his third over. The scoreboard will catch up Sunday morning. We can forgive the scoreboard for being a little slow. But it'll be interesting to see how the day plays out now, because it is very much a catch-up day for Middlesex, but that's not to say that it is not a game that can still be turned in their favour. Tots finish the over, and Hayden now 3 overs, none for 4. Second maiden for him. 13 for 1. So back to Aitchison, and he'll be a man with his tail up, a magnificent century. His 50 his previous best. That's why yesterday was such an extraordinary day for him. Sometimes you do have to tip your hat to your opponent. He had quite the day in the sun at Lords yesterday, Aitchison, hoping for another one today. Lovely shot. That'll feel a little bit better from a Middlesex perspective. Get his first boundary.
Talking downstairs to Nick Friend of the cricketer about Ben Geddes being called up for the England Lions, and I said 2 shots to watch out for: the on drive and the pull shot from back of a length, and there's the first of those shots. Beautiful on drive. Full from Aitchison. Holden jumps over the top of it, and a beautiful classical MCC coaching manual on drive to get Middlesex up and running for today. Should just say the scorecard is not quite caught up at the bottom. Aitchison obviously bowled 1 ball that was left over from last night, and it's 104.1 overs today, so slightly longer first session. Lunch will be taken at 1:10 just to make up for the overs that were missed out on yesterday. Yeah, all format cricketer, Ben Geddes. He obviously
is renowned for his ability to strike the ball, isn't he? Which immediately puts him into that T20 white ball bracket in general. List A captain last year, but as we saw at Old Trafford last week, Middlesex have a fair player on their hands, pushed up to open and rewarded in the second innings at Old Trafford. That's a beaut. Bit of lift there for Aitchison.
Well, as it looks like it's taken a couple of deliveries for Aitchison just to get the cobwebs out. Had a busy day yesterday with the runs and then having a brief spell last night, but that one beautiful back of a length delivery just bounces and leaves. Geddes, who follows it for a moment with his hands and then pulls them back inside.
Good leave. And it is the long game for Middlesex today, isn't it? There's no... Derbyshire actually went about it in something of a rush. It was a day that I think just built its own momentum, and it was hard to stop for Middlesex then. Their scoring rate was remarkable, and a lot of that was obviously down to Aitchison because he was playing with the freedom of a night watch.
He was, and I mean, even Potts, who started the day as one of the two overnight not out batsmen, he scored at a reasonable rate as well, nearly a run a ball he was at throughout his innings. Madsen came in and was very proactive. And fair to say both players rode their luck. Middlesex did drop some chances, and there were a few that thick edges and a few that beat the bat, as we've seen throughout this game. But you can't take anything away from that pair. Set the game up beautifully. But then you saw the other side of it as well. As soon as Middlesex were able to get the breakthrough, Anderson was out soon after, and the game moved forward pretty quickly from that point as well.
Well, that's where Middlesex need to produce something of their own anomaly in this innings, isn't it? That's the end of the over, 17 for 1. They need a pair. They need two batters to put their hands up and say, right, this will be our day, and get that kind of partnership, because otherwise, you say it's been a bowler's match.
It has been, yeah. It's the easiest and the most obvious thing to say, isn't it? Two players get 100 for Middlesex in and around the top order. The game is on.
Ball. Now Holden's one of those who likes to shuffle in his trigger movement to get into position before the bowler releases. That's why the keeper's up, guests.
We're back up and running at the bottom, 17 for 1 from 7.1 Middlesex.
Good morning to the scoreboard.
Keeper guest here up to the stumps. You spoke a moment ago, Kev, about Holden's pre-delivery movement. Looks to walk down the pitch towards the bowler, so often starts very, very deep in his crease and then looks to walk forward. Guest up to the stumps, so he's just stopping Holden from walking out too far. He will still start deep. You can see that, both feet behind the crease, but Max will walk forwards into a more traditional position with both feet straddling here.
There's that little step as Uses the dot ball away.
That purely is just to, batters do different things obviously, but just to get his feet moving and get his momentum going back down the pitch. Something that's crept into Holden's, well, I say crept in, it's a conscious decision he's made over the last few years, and it's worked with a good amount of success for him in all formats of the game.
Someone on the move, who is it? Smack spotted. Can't particularly see anything myself there, but somebody maybe just taking their seat late. Dots finish, but lining it up nicely, Holden. 17 for 1 after 8.
Spoke a little bit there about some movement behind the arm. You can just pick up under both changing rooms now the addition of some screens. So in front of the writing room, which is underneath the home changing room, so the right hand side of the pavilion, they've now got the kind of two-way glass as it is, so people inside can see out, but those outside can see in. And same on the left hand side, just behind the sight screen there, you can see the windows actually up in the committee room. So yeah, a bit more privacy for the MCC members and the committee who are sitting in those rooms. Player miss from Geddes outside the off stump. Both of those rooms are used as changing rooms when double headers are played for the 100 and the T20. Middlesex men and women both here against Kent on Friday this week, and those downstairs rooms will be used by the away teams. Home teams get the upstairs and the away teams get the downstairs, so a bit more privacy in those moments.
Now, one thing that was in play all day yesterday was the inside and the outside edge.
And this is the inside of those. Geddes just pushing forward to Aitchison. That one, a little bit of bounce. Hasn't really nipped anywhere, but because of the slope, almost Geddes is trying to play the outside half of the ball that's coming down. So if it goes straight on, he will still inside edge that. Such is the level of detail of batters at this level. They're looking to hit half of the ball, not the whole thing. Same again, inside edge there. So yeah, as that's coming down, because the slope is going away from Geddes towards the offside, he will be trying to line himself up with the outside of the ball, because he knows that ball is going to move down the slope away from him. So as we watch on the screen, he'll be trying to line up towards the left-hand side of the ball rather than the whole ball, as it were.
Three slips behind him. There's that advance out of the crease. Slightest of shuffle in his own trigger just before the bowls, end of the ninth. 17 for 1. Yeah, I mean, that was the mark of yesterday, the number of times, one, that the ball did beat the edge, but the amount of times that it did take both inside and outside edge how many times, so close to playing on, and it was only to name names or point fingers, but of the chances that went to hand, there was probably only really 2 at very best that you look back and think, I should be holding those. But even the second, I'd say, would be a stretch. There were a lot of half chances, weren't they, that were just on the ground in front of slip or wide of. Middlesex will have to hope today that similarly, those edges do come inside or outside edge, that there's a little bit of fortune on their side. That was the unusual element of it, I think, yesterday for me watching, was that just so many times the inside and outside edge found, but so few chances resulted from them. Often see a day like that, and you look back and you go, they've put down 4 yesterday, or 5, and that didn't happen on day 2 here. There's the committee room. To peek around the sight screen at the moment, so yeah, there's those white panels that we were talking about coldly on the windows now, that will serve as partly helping to make those a dressing room. Double header here next Sunday against Surrey, and then in action first, and then the women in the evening.
Yeah, next Sunday, Middlesex women, Leicestershire, after the men play Surrey. And then on the Friday, 2 days before that, both Middlesex men and women are both playing against Kent. Lots of cricket to watch over the weekend, next weekend.
Eased into the offside, and the maiden Middlesex just trying to go quietly about their business this morning, and for 20 minutes that's how it's been. Sun's out, that's another note at Lords. Is it a sunny day, is it a cloudy day? There are puffs of cloud around the back of the pavilion, that's where it's coming in from behind. That's above the Warner, so that's roughly the direction it's coming from behind there.
Play that from Geddes, that one just perhaps a touch low, coming back towards him, but a few heads in hands, or from the Derbyshire slip cordon, but well navigated by Geddes there.
That's a lovely shot. Oil painting again behind the grandstands. That might just slip to the northwards.
First single of the morning, we've seen a boundary, but first time that Middlesex's batters have changed ends. Just a clip from Geddes into the leg side. Lewis Rees doing the fielding, brings Holden on to strike for Aitchison's first look at the left-hander.
once again on that one. Getting them excited, but obviously high for any thought of turning that into an LBW appeal. Blast Matters will be on his mind after this game. T20 player around the world now, Holden. Shots finished, just the single off the over, 18 for 1. Gentle crowd in today, Sunday morning, slowly picking up. Sundays do start slowly in terms of attendance and people ambling across the morning, but it was a really good attendance day 1 and 2 here. Day 2 in particular was the one where it held its own from the figures of Friday, which was good to see. Geddes was looking to negate the movement, but it was the movement that did for him.
Well, there's a shuffle down the wicket here from Geddes, but a different shuffle down than the one you see from Holden. Holden does it before the bowler's bowled it. This one, Geddes almost walking down like you would against a spin bowler. That one just bounces and leaves him up the slope through to Guest. Hayden showing the discipline this morning that Middlesex's bowlers were crying out for yesterday.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? We often talk about moving your feet to negate the movement, try and swinging ball, get as far forward as you can and give yourself the chance on LBWs. They're in the bowler's bar. I was worried a moment. There was only one person in there, but 10 minutes or so ago, so there's an indication that people are coming in. All of a sudden, when the bowler's bar's looking empty, you think you better check the earth still spinning. But they're in there now. All's well with the world. But yeah, the key to coming down the track is that your head is still. And that's the challenge that Geddes will face if he does want to come down the track to them.
Yeah, definitely need to get yourself into a position where you're balanced and set, ready to receive the ball. Had a really good catch up yesterday afternoon with Dave Houghton, who obviously formerly of both counties, Middlesex batting coach. Middlesex won the championship in 2016. Playing this from Geddes outside the off stump there, looking to capitalise on some width from Hayden. Some rare width, haven't seen many misses from him today, but that has seamed away. Carried through nicely. But yeah, Dave Houghton was here, formerly obviously head of cricket as well at Derbyshire, a couple of stints up in the Midlands, and still lives up there at the moment. But, yeah, Dave Houghton very much a problem-solving batting coach in terms of his method.
Beautiful bowling this from Hayden. The ball that nips off the slope and then he slides one back in. It's well bowled, 18 for 1.
Yeah, so Dave Houghton, as batting coach, would have been talking to these players around how you solve the problems that you face in front of you. And the problems here today for Middlesex are obviously not the time you have to occupy the crease, but the movement off the surface. So where are you standing? Where are you looking to score your runs? Trying to ensure that batters don't go into their shells. You still do need to look to score in these moments, because that keeps your feet moving and keeps you positive.
trigger movement from Holden. Leaves it alone. I was going to ask exactly that. From a batter's perspective, there are two approaches there, aren't there? It's an absolute dig-in, but then that can lead to a negative mindset coming into play, and you get a little stuck and bogged down. As we saw yesterday, Derbyshire didn't quite throw caution to the wind, but they certainly decided to go with a very aggressive, positive approach. I assume the answer is Middlesex have to find a balance somewhere in between, because the key, as you said at the very start of the day, is much as Derbyshire did yesterday, Middlesex need to bat all day today.
So I think Holden's, and let's talk about Max Holden as he's on strike, but Holden's approach I think here will be, I am going to look to occupy the crease obviously for as long as I can, but if Aitchison misses here and here, that's where I'm going to look to score. So I think Holden, if it's very full, will look to drive very straight back down the ground. And if Aitchison drifts into his hip, he'll look to clip him. And aside from that, I think we might see plenty of what we just saw in that last delivery, which is just a good ball, appreciate it's a good ball and allow it to run through. As Holden progresses through his innings, we might then start to see him look to score a bit more off the back foot, square of the wicket, perhaps through the offside, very strong through that cover point region off the back foot with a punch. I think Holden's game plan here will just be very, very simple. Score when it's too straight, score when it's slightly too full.
Part of that is the old adage that you ask the bowler to bowl at you, so you leave and leave and leave, so that they do go that little bit straighter, allowing you to bring in some scoring shots without having to play away from your body.
This is the type of, about Max in his career, this is the type of innings that when he was growing up, any coach who worked with him would have thought he's pretty much made for this bat, occupy the crease bat for a long time. As you say, he's had a lot of success in white ball cricket, which perhaps isn't something you would have predicted when you saw Max first burst on the scene. Aitchison coming round the wicket now. Just trying to straighten up that line. We've seen Holden leave a few, so just create a different problem for Holden to solve. But yeah, Holden would have been in this ilk, wouldn't he? He would have been in the ilk of a 4-day player with test aspirations, able to occupy the crease for a long time. He's obviously developed his skills sufficiently to be a very, very destructive white ball batter.
A little bit of lift there again from Aitchison into the 13th, 18 for 1. What's in the news this morning? Not much going on in the world. About the match at Wembley yesterday, no doubt. Manchester City with the win there.
I've spoken about it before, but 2 Middlesex clubs involved at Wembley today. Cockfosters in the FA Vars, and then followed by Wealdstone in the second game. Middlesex treble would be nice today. Middlesex bat all day and 2 wins at Wembley would be a nice day.
He's used his feet a long way there, Geddes.
Absolutely no interest for umpire Wood up here. Geddes down the pitch, hit him above the pad, so never going to be given out.
One thing there was yesterday actually was a couple of really good shouts, and that's where all Middlesex will look for from that perspective is consistency. And anything that they remotely seem to deem high was instantly not out, and certainly in that Geddes instance there.
Just getting this ball moving a bit of both ways here. You can sort of see in Hayden's setup. There's a close-up there from the camera of Hayden just gripping the ball. If we keep our eye on Hayden here, so he's holding the ball, looks like for an in-swinger. Shiny side will be, hopefully he's going to hold it as an in-swinger. There you go, you see the shiny side on the left-hand side now as he turns. So this ball is looking for the ball to swing back into Geddes. There it is, just a little bit of shake back inside edge. Geddes through for a single.
To win the over. 19 for 1. There we go, the old transistor radio. Didn't know you could pick up the stream commentary on that, Coley. Or is it the radio lot next door? Guy Swindles and Dave Fletcher on the mic at the moment. Oh, guy's been hooked. Not before time.
A few times we've seen this from Geddes this morning, just walking down the pitch. Does it to Aitchison this time. Skips down the pitch, leave. The ball darts back. Enough to keep the Derbyshire slip cordon and keeper Guest interested. One of the things you do have to be slightly wary of here is those two little white dots either side of the pitch, just about one step in front of Geddes. The umpires will be keeping an eye on that. That danger area is also in play for the batters, and the umpires are very wary of batters moving into it or standing in it, as it were. So those two little white marks just on the side of the pitch, 5 feet in front of the popping crease. And the umpire who squared a wicket, who is Widdop, umpire Widdop, will be very, very watchful here that Geddes isn't getting into that danger area.
Slope it slides. Yeah, I don't know that it was Martin Anderson's first ball or second. It may well have been his first. Roland Jones bowling to him. He had a long chat with the square leg umpire after the delivery about how far down the track Anderson had been, which was related to those two white dots in front of Geddes there that you pointed out. Interviewing spot, perched on the edge of the rope, just down below the bowler's bar.
Another inside edge there for Geddes, as we spoke about a moment ago. Just looking to cover the line, so slightly offside of that means that it's a thick inside edge for a single. 20 for 1 Middlesex from 15 overs.
Not much of a chat there, but not much to say really, is there, for these two at the moment? The task at hand is quite clear. Settle in, settle down, and, as you said, wait for the bad ball. It's a gentle stroke by Geddes standards, really, wasn't it? Pushed up to mid-off, didn't go too hard at that one at all.
These two are both Arsenal fans, so probably talking about Burnley tomorrow night and 3 points that they're hoping for. Their usual chat in the change room revolves around Arsenal. Nicely played again from Geddes. Seb Morgan a bit disappointed. He's a Chelsea fan up in the changing room. Seb a bit disappointed after their performance yesterday.
Bit of Wimbledon finish this year. Luke Coleman in the middle there, big Wimbledon fan.
I think they survived. I think that's probably the best way to describe it. Sucked into a relegation battle and survived, I believe.
Will Peter Fulton's Liverpool manager survive? A lot of pressure on Arne Slot at the moment.
Don't know if we're allowed to do football rumours on the stream, but I thought Alonso was going to Liverpool. That was the sort of the talk, wasn't it? And he's just obviously joined Chelsea. Announced this morning, I believe.
Alonso at Chelsea, is that a banker 6 point for the Bees next year then?
We've got a decent record against Chelsea actually, Brentford in the Premier League era. Haven't done too badly against them. They'll probably just spend another £1 billion over the summer and they'll rectify all of the challenges.
Back down the slope. Outside the line, and height an issue as well.
Geddes not advancing down the pitch this time, but certainly down the wicket there. Inside edge into his inner thigh, bit of bounce from Hayden.
So outside the line, height and inside edge. Issue with that one. Edge gone at slip. The drive drawn into it. Ball before nipping back in quite sharply to him. That one holds its line, and that presents the problem for Geddes, as it's presented for most of the batters in this game.
Yeah, this one not really drivable length for Geddes, and a thick edge through to Madsen. Poor decision, I'd say, from the Middlesex batter here. Not quite full enough to be driving at, you would say. And that one has just held its line on the slope and nicked through to first slip Madsen. Good catch by Derbyshire man. 20 for 2 Middlesex from 15.5 overs.
Liz Deploy against his former county. Century against them last year. Boy, oh boy, Middlesex need one from him this year. Derbyshire will know the threat that he carries. 40 minutes. The second wicket pair managed to put on this morning. Last ball of the 16th over coming up. Focus too heavily on an individual in an opposing side, but just instinctively they'll know, because he was their former player, but first class average now 50. Deploy, if they could get past him early, then they'd very much fancy their chances here, Derbyshire, of keeping the momentum momentum and the advantage on their side. Deploy just holding things up, taking a moment's pause here. And he slammed the first one through mid-wicket for 4.
And that is a statement from Duploy, short from Hayden. Probably the first time he's missed short today, Duploy. Onto that quickly. And a very dismissive pull shot in front of square for 4 runs.
Through for a single. I think this is a good example. The ball before together is watch it come back in with the slope there. Takes the inside edge and it's the wicket.
Yeah, this one from Hayden, touch fuller. Holds its line a bit more on the slope and a big drive from Geddes. Do you think the other part of that, and I was just getting my numbers right there, Middlesex had scored 7 runs in the 10 overs of this morning's cricket. And I wonder if that had built up on Geddes as well. Just looking to score, the previous ball's nipped back into him, and he's lined it up thinking I can have a big drive at this one. Does just as that one goes down the leg side from Aitchison, but just show what pressure can do. And even though Middlesex are trying to bat out all day here to try and chew into that Derbyshire lead, it does show that batters do still want to score runs, and Derbyshire have built pressure very, very well this morning.
Pressure, but also the indecision, the doubt that's put into a batter's mind by the slope here at Lords, that on any given delivery you've got to think one's coming back at you. And it's multiplied then when you've got the pressure of a match situation on top of you, but that indecision is what a bowler's looking for here at Lords, isn't it? Just get one to do something, anything that immediately puts a doubt into the batter's mind about lining up the next one. Balls bowls in the Middlesex second innings, 25 for 2. 92.2 overs remaining today. Minimum of. That's really the figure that I've got to look at without becoming becalmed, I guess, in the approach. Inside edge on that one, and that's where, you know, it had been a calm approach from Holden and from Geddes this morning, but perhaps, as you said, in Ben Geddes' mind, too becalmed, and he wanted that scoring shot from somewhere.
And Downfall was just trying to force that scoring shot from a ball that probably wasn't quite there to drive. We spoke about Holden's plan a couple of overs before. I'm waiting for the ball to be very full.
Tops finished 25 for 2, but in the wider context, you know, away from the dismissal of Geddes, for all the batters, that balance between calm and becalmed. You want a bowler to bowl out you, so you leave as many as you can. But in typical cricket way, we often say we can't just let a bowler bowl at you. So these are the balances, and particularly on a day like today, the focus on all of those balances is that little bit sharper.
So we know we know this is the conditions, and the pitch are going to offer something to the seamers all the way through. So you can't, as you said, you can't just sit and wait all day. You do need to look to score. But I do think one of the things the batter will have to weigh up here, alongside that proactiveness and that positivity, is this is a 16 overall ball. This is these Aitchison and Hayden's first spells of the day, and Middlesex will be hoping that they've bowled 3 or 4 spells by the end of the day. So the home team don't need to make too many moves too early.
Edgy, but away for 4. Middlesex will hope the rub of the green goes their way today.
Saw a few of these yesterday afternoon in the Derbyshire innings. This is probably Middlesex's first thick outside edge from Holden. Again, just pushing at that ball outside the off stump. Big gap between second slip and gully, and runs away for 4.
There's always little games within games, isn't there? Are moments that you look for in a game. An interesting one here actually is Holden has been so studious in his approach, but he's now going to be watching a left-hander at the other end who does similarly get down the pitch. Inside edge on this one for Holden. Exactly what we were saying about yesterday, the inside and outside edge in play all day. So it's just have to hope there's a little bit of luck, a little bit of the rub of the green. But yeah, for Max, he'll watch Leas now, who similarly will have that trigger which gets him moving. And even beyond the trigger, he'll come again, won't he, down the track. As discussing, Jimmy Anderson wasn't best impressed by at Old Trafford last week. But for Max, that'll get the blood flowing for him as well, so we'll have to be careful. Because De Bruyne is a man who likes to feel bat on ball.
Certainly does. De Bruyne's method here will be looking to score, looking to shift the pressure back onto the bowlers. If that succeeds, that will help his partner at the other end as well. 2 left-handers, so obviously not the disruption of line and length as such with 2 left-handed batters as you would have with a right and left-handed combination. But even so, De Bruyne will be looking to shift this momentum, put some pressure back onto the bowlers.
It will help him, I guess. I should probably phrase it as a question, but does Max Holden then need to be careful, having played as calmly and as composed as he does all morning? As you said, he's turned himself into a fabulous T20 cricketer. All the shots, he's got it all. Leas will come out now, will use the feet and will feel bat on ball, won't leave Osmani alone. Max will just have to remember how he's gone about succeeding so well for the 36 that he has so far. Not playing at ones that perhaps he would have left alone otherwise.
It is easy to get, as a batter, over ends there, 31 for 2 Middlesex. It is easy to get carried away and follow the tempo of your partner, and I think that's the point you're getting to there, Kev, is that Max Holden here for Middlesex will need to play at his pace through this innings and allow De Bruyne to play at the pace that he wants to play at. And I think that what we might just see, though, is that if De Bruyne is able to shift that momentum back, then Holden may receive some more loose deliveries and therefore his scoring rate may increase, but his intent will remain the same. Bowling change here. Aitchison's first spell for the morning is done. Martin Anderson into the attack from the nursery end. Anderson, a man well known to pretty much everyone around Lords, obviously left Middlesex to join Derbyshire at the start of the 2025 season. Good friends and former housemates with Max Holden as well. I think they're out for dinner tonight, the 2 of them, so one of them will be looking for bragging rights, but Anderson starts at deploy.
That's exactly what we were talking about from deploy, the use of the feet to be aggressive, not just to line himself up and get himself steadied. He will look to go after the bowlers, and he picks up a couple there, but again that was very much the inside of the bat.
deployed down the pitch here to Anderson's first delivery. Outside the off stump, and thick inside edge through straight mid on for 2 runs.
More of a shuffle than a charge on that one from deploy. Not that the ball before was a charge, but they were more exaggerated steps down the track. And that's deploy playing with the bowler as well, isn't it? The line, the length, just trying to put them off. And he waits on him in the crease and drives him down the grounds. It's going to be tight. Oh.
Good piece of work there from Harry Kane, chasing the ball down to long off. 3 runs to Middlesex, but a very good, looks a very, very good bit of work directly under our commentary position here. We will see how close this would have been had there been a video. Oh, I think it probably just brushed his right hand as he was touching the rope there, but obviously no third umpire here, and 3 runs to Middlesex.
And it is genuinely tough to know as a fielder as well, when it's all clattering together like that in a moment, at what point what hit what. That's where in the international game we have the TV replays.
Oh, absolutely no blame here to Harry Kane. Fantastic bit of work, great dive. Just looked like that ball caught his trailing hand, but yeah, he was not to know where he is, running at full tilt and diving towards the bottom of the media centre.
$19 bowled, 36 for 2. 5 minutes before the hour. Just the 1 wicket to fall so far. It's a long day ahead. Both of them will be thinking that they would very much like to be there at stumps this evening. As I said, the key for this now for Middlesex really is they are going to need similarly 2 batters to go to 3 figures.
And it's a double change for Derbyshire. Potts coming into the attack from the pavilion end. And there he is, your man on screen. Started that day off with a bat yesterday. Played very nicely. I think he's 31. Potts scored, coming in slightly earlier in the order than he normally would. But did a good job for Derbyshire. Started that shift of momentum. At saw Aitchison and Madsen both record their centuries. Into the attack here to bowl to Duploy.
And I do think there was an element of that yesterday. The day snowballed somewhat from the pair of night watchers out there who really frustrated Middlesex. You know, it went from frustration, irritation to just downright annoyance. It's a great ball start. Absolute beaut. Line and length.
On the money straight away. Over the wicket to Duploy. Just a very good length delivery. Duploy plays around it and remains unscathed.
Well played, dropping a single. It's really good, intelligent cricket from Deployer. Tricky ball before, and his response is right, get those feet moving again, and if you can find the single and rotate the strike. Well run. Big boundary out there, and they've turned 2.
Nicely done from Holden there, clipped it into a big space on the leg side. Deep square leg is in position, so a big space next to the umpire. And the moment that came off his bat, Lewis Duploy at the non-striker's end wanted 2 all the way through.
Just a single, square back. Waiting patiently on this one, deployed to defend. 40 for 2, 20 bowls.
Yeah, just as you just see next to the feet of Potts and umpire Widdop there, you can just see the 2 green sort of painted lines on the surface. So if you look at the return crease on the left hand side, there's a small green line either side, sort of creating a bit of a gate. And we don't quite know who that's for. It's certainly not for one of the Middlesex bowlers, it's for one of the Derbyshire bowlers, but that generally is a bit of a visual guide for the bowler for their alignment, so how they're lining themselves up to the batter. Bowlers allowed to make any marks they want to. The ground staff at Lords leave out the green paint for bowlers to mark their run-ups. You can see them again here at this end, just next to the umpire Illingworth's left foot, just sort of top left of that before the pitch. There's a couple of green lines, there you go, you can see them both. So they're just directional lines that the bowlers use to help them line themselves up. Not sure which Derbyshire bowler they're used for, but as you can see around where Anderson's feet are and to the left, there's lots of green lines. Everyone has their own measurement. Tape measure is taken out there at the start of the day. Many of them are very creative with the marks that they make to keep it looking pretty. Carl McDermott sends out the green paint. No scratches in terms of bowlers, as you might see in club cricket. Bowlers making big trenches with their feet. Much more sophisticated at Lords with the green paint that comes out.
Probably looks worse than it is. Those dark clouds to the naked eye as we look over, not so bad, but you can see where the wind's blowing, and again, hopefully that'll go across the north of us. Looks a lot brighter over the back of the pavilion. Pushed into the offside, single to finish. Well, no, not to finish, there's still 1 ball left, but single to Holden on the 5th ball of this over, just pushed into extra cover. The forecast definitely has changed, doesn't it? It was start of this game. Sunday looks like the day that was potentially going to be a bit of a write-off on the forecast, but it's definitely changed
MCC pennant above the grandstand on your screen there, blowing quite heavily down the ground.
Top ball's finished 41 for 2. Yeah, it looks as though there might be a spot of rain somewhere or just after the stumps this evening, so light-wise it might draw an early finish as well if there's a bit of cloud blowing in.
Sorry, did you say there's going to be a spot of rain somewhere? It's not. Doesn't sound very accurate.
Somewhere around stumps, it's forecast.
Somewhere around the stumps, or
These stumps.
Oh right.
Somewhere around NWA. But around about stumps. Sometime.
Career as a meteorologist never really took off for you, did it? Did the BBC not have you lined up to replace Michael Fish, or?
Is he the one that said there's definitely not going to be a hurricane?
1987, wasn't it? No storm tonight.
Unbatten the hatches. Yeah, it looks set fair for the day. For the most part. And tomorrow, the forecast now just has a few showers. Second half of the day tomorrow, but at the moment nothing too torrential that you'd think would be terminal for the match. So a long way to go and a lot of cricket to play, which Middlesex need first and foremost to do with the bat in hand.
Potts running in well here, reminded me a bit of young Robinson, who bowled for Durham, who was obviously Kemal Roach's replacement in the previous home fixture here at Lord's a couple of weeks ago. Wholehearted, running in hard from the pavilion end, not shy of bowling a short ball, looking to make something happen for Derbyshire.
Short again. Just the single deep square set back, and a real problem for them pushing Holden back with the bowling from that end. It is a big boundary, and with the sweeper at deep backward square, it's never likely to be a single.
I might be wrong, but I think that's substitute Morley out there. Jack Morley, left arm spinner, I believe, is on the field there. I'm not quite sure who he's on for. I think that was Morley doing the work. Saw him do some warm-ups this morning with a white ball, preparing for the blast season.
Full bunger gets away with it. Caught deploy somewhat by surprise, just offered the bat really to mid-off. Oh, we had an answer yesterday, by the way, to the two geese that appeared. Egyptian geese. Dragged really by deploying. In the end he had to steer it to make sure he stayed in control. Single ends the over, 43 for 2. They can see the pigeons grazing down below the grandstands and the seeds. I guess, was that the Durham match?
It was, yeah, that's the Durham pitch that the pigeons just at the sort of upper part of the, well, just along from where the mat is. The mat is there for the test pitch, and that's the pigeons obviously eating the seed that the ground staff have laid down to repair the Durham pitch from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, a couple of geese flew in yesterday, were extraordinary. Flew right across the commentary box and settled down, extraordinary colours on them, and reliably informed that they were Egyptian geese. wasn't it?
Single from Deploy into the leg side. I was going to ask how you know they're Egyptian geese.
Because Fletch told me next door.
Okay.
Apparently on the county championship feed they were put up overnight as well on Instagram, and all the replies said Egyptian geese.
Because we normally get Canada geese up, don't we, up at Merchant Taylors. They're the ones who make the nice coats.
They also make a mess, those ones. That was where my mind went to first. In a tent at Merchant Taylors. The Egyptian geese, I think you can see them in St James's Park. They have Buckingham Palace, the lake there. They have all sorts of wildlife, and it's all labelled up so you can wander down there if you like bird spotting. Ornithologically minded, Collie?
I wouldn't say it's a huge interest of mine, no. It's just semi-shamed you ruined your punchline there, isn't it?
So confident as well. Still not sure I could say it now. Ornithologically minded, there we go. Actually not even sure it is a word. It sounds good though, when I can say it. Two slips and a gully in place. Keeper stood up. They're just signalling something to the bench down below the bowler's bar. As you say, his old mate Max Holden, has he got something in mind? Is he trying to get into his mind? Interesting signal at the top of his run-up.
Yeah, I'm not sure these two have too many words between them. Not because they're good friends, just not really either of their style, I don't believe. On the field, you get some players who do enjoy a conversation with the opposing member that they're battling against. So Ryan Higgins had a good chunter away at Aitchison yesterday morning while we were on commentary together. 44 for 2 from 23 overs Middlesex. But yeah, Holden and Anderson, not really two that going to say too much to each other, I don't think.
Whatever it was a genuine signal for something at the boots. To up the stud, perhaps. Signals are quite clear there.
Look like they've settled in for the afternoon. Well, they will settle in for the afternoon.
Settled in for the night by the looks of it. What is he got on the go? He's just put one down, hasn't he, and picked up another one.
It's definitely the smartest man who isn't in the pavilion so far. Tie and shirt on.
Edged, safe. Deploys on to 17. Middlesex rude a bit of bad luck yesterday with a few of the edges.
And that has flown at catching height through the space. Deployed down the pitch to Potts, goes very, very hard at it. That ball flies at about knee high through the space between the two slips that Derbyshire have in position, and Martin Anderson diving away at gully there to his right, not able to get a hand on it. We did say Middlesex would need a bit of luck. Deploy perhaps fortunate there.
That's a good response from Potts.
Yeah, very good response, as you say, from Potts. Just leaves Duploy a fraction. Around the wicket, bashed in, back of a length. Well bowled. And it just shows that there's still plenty in here for the bowler. If you get the ball in the right area. Derbyshire have been very disciplined so far this morning.
Width on that, and Deploy like the look of it. He doesn't get hold of it, but he does get a single.
There was some width. I was just racking my brains there. That last delivery from Potts, pretty full and pretty wide. I can remember one short ball from Hayden, the first one that Deploy pulled for 4, and then Geddes drove one down the ground, didn't he, where Aitchison went too full, and it was a beautiful on drive. Aside from that, Derbyshire haven't really given Middlesex a huge amount to work with. So in contrast to Middlesex's bowling performance yesterday, where Derbyshire seemed to be let off every now and then with a looser delivery.
A little bit of width there, no ball called. Width and shortened down the slope. So that would be why Holden fancied it, outside off stump.
Did seem to be a little bit of a lean back from Holden there, though, almost like he was trying to create some more width. He was probably thankful he saw the umpire's arm go out. Had he got anything on it, it wouldn't have been out. But perhaps Holden just might need to rein himself in here. Just a fraction. Deploy scoring quite freely at the other end.
Resisted that one. Good bounce to that as well. It would have asked him to drag it from outside off.
And that on this surface, that's a win for Middlesex, that delivery. We know that if the ball is in and around the top of the stumps, that it might nip. There's been a bit of swing around. If Middlesex can get Potts to bash the ball in and are prepared to leave it alone, that's a win for the batting team. And that shows, it's just one of the small indicators that suggests that Middlesex have done a decent job so far this morning. As long as Holden, this ball probably likely to be slightly fuller. There it is. Holden up to the challenge of the variety of length.
You mentioned the discipline of the attack. The stark contrast between the two innings is the run rate, isn't it? They were up close to 4 for the majority of the innings, Derbyshire, and then just over it. Middlesex happily pushing along at 2 at the moment. That's forced upon them by the fact that Derbyshire are regularly hitting the top of off stump. But equally at the moment, that is the game that Middlesex are playing themselves, that they know they've got to be there all day. Overs into the bowler's legs and put overs on the ball. 24 of them bowled now. 51 for 2. That 50 coming up with the no ball. There's that sharp haircut of Morgan. We noticed yesterday had a cap on, so it looks as though he'd had a really extreme haircut. Here's Deploy. Just noticed there might not be a bandana under that helmet of Deploy there. Surely the bandana hasn't been done away with. That'll be big news. Now here's a man who went the other way. From Middlesex to Derbyshire. It's Anderson to Deploy. Crunched. Through cover point that goes. And a real carve from Deploy. Checks the drive. leg sides. And 4 more. Scoreboard ticks along, round the wicket from Anderson and wide on the crease, angling in, giving Deploy that chance to close the face and time it as he did. Amazing what a couple of deliveries can do from a run rate only a couple of overs back, just below 2. Middlesex pushing towards 2.5. Single steered. Again, didn't quite time it. Shit, has to head down, get through the pigeons flying at him as they're scattered by the ball. Return for a couple. 11 off the over, 62 for 2.
We spoke in the previous over from Potts about the small indications that just maybe suggest that Middlesex are starting to get a slight foot back into the door, and you see the comparisons of the opening pair there. Aitchison going at 1.56 and over, Hayden at 1.67, but the change bowlers, Anderson at 4.5, Potts at 4.3. It just shows there's a lot of work for Middlesex to do, and we know that, and we know that time is the more important thing than runs in this game as it stands at the moment. But another small indication that Middlesex can continue to do the hard work, that the rewards are there.
High on the bat from Potts, extra bit of lift. We've seen good bounce on this surface. Yeah, that's the challenge that Middlesex face here, that there will be another Aitchison and Hayden burst. Just before lunch you'd fancy, but they'll face a full spell from them once more after the interval, and all the hard work of this morning they will have to go back and do it all again just after lunch. But they'll know that's ooh, nearly trouble at the non-striker's end. And diving to get back in.
Yeah, very nice piece of work at cover here. I think it's Harry Kane driven out, picks the ball up well, big shot at the stumps, holding well in, but a good piece of work. I do also wonder if it's 2 left-handers still at that stage. I do wonder if Captain Madsen will be interested in having a look at Bashir. We did see that Zafar Gohar got the ball to spin yesterday. I do wonder, especially if it's 2 left-handed batters before lunch, whether Bashir might be worth a spell.
Looking for the gap, doesn't find it. He just felt that Deploy was looking for a little bit of something extra in that, having seen it early, knowing there's 2 sweepers back. So we have to not only place it well, but hit it well to get through them, given the length of the boundary.
Very well controlled pull shot. Was high, able to keep the ball down. Did get it in the gap between the 2 fielders, but as you say, it's a big boundary up towards the grandstand. So just a single this time.
Edge short. Well, we saw so many of those in the Derbyshire innings. Fingertips. Madsen curses, feeling that perhaps he could have got fingers under it.
Yeah, just a push at Holden. Madsen picking it up on the half volley. Yeah, Holden, just that movement after suggesting that he didn't get his weight into the ball enough and ended up pushing at it. It's the pace of Potts. He is bashing the ball into the middle of the surface, so might make the batters wary of, subconsciously wary of getting forward.
Now, if it had been an actual drop rather than dropping short, that would have been 4, of course. But because it drops short, it hits the fielder. Drop always followed by a boundary in cricket. But yeah, that's a day that's set up for Middlesex. Going back to the opening spell, they'll have to face it again just after lunch. If Middlesex can get through that spell after lunch in a reasonably good position, that's where potentially the game does start to open up. And belief will really grow that batting through the day, reaching that 60 over mark, start to score the runs, try to tighten up the game. So at the moment it is all about a lot of hard graft still. 136 behind, 63 for 2. Actually, going back to Old Trafford, one of the other things that made it such a good victory for Middlesex was the way that the interruptions came in that game. Bearing in mind it was barely a 5-session match, played out over 3 days because of the interruptions. But with those interruptions, it meant that Bailey and Anderson at one stage got 3 opening spells against Middlesex. They'd finished their opening spell, I'd set off for bad light, back on, another opening spell from those 2, off again for rain, and then a third opening spell. You give those 3 opening spells, usually you're going to do well to come out on the right side.
Those are the intricacies of 4-day cricket in England, and the conditions that we play in, especially in the earlier parts of the season. And you throw in things, as we were talking about yesterday, about the roller and the light and heavy roller and the new ball. In some instances you can find that you get just 3 or 4 opening spells on the bounce.
Nice use of the feet from Deploy, but they've taken out a slip here and put in the extra cover because of that. Looking for Deploy to chip one. Aitchison, it is at extra cover. Well placed to put your man who's got 6 wickets in the match, isn't it?
It is, but you see the difference in the field now from that wide shot that we just saw. 2 fielders out on the boundary, a deep square leg and a deep backward point. 1 slip and a gully, catcher at extra cover. Clip from Duploy. Down to long leg for a single. It's just building very slowly for Middlesex. 64 for 2 now, but as we said, a slight small shift in momentum. I don't want to suggest it's anything but a small shift of momentum. Keeper now coming up, 2 slips, so the field slightly further spread for Duploy than Holden. Big ring field, 2 slips, a gully, point cover, mid-off, mid-on and square leg.
Oh, that's lovely. Full face of the bat. They're playing within themselves at the moment, Middlesex, and Holden there on another day or deeper into this innings, another match situation that might have been a little bit more firmer struck, but it was nonetheless that lovely full face of the bat. Some batters, and Max is one of them, when that bat face comes down it just seems to be a little bit bigger than that of other batters, the way that they show the full face.
You mean a bit bigger than if you and I were playing with it, where the bat always probably appeared to be slightly narrower than for most others.
May as well not be a bat at all, to be honest. Second slip is warming up. Just over 30 minutes to lunch. There we go. Sides now. Solid defence to end the over, 66 for 2. So those grey clouds, which we've been seeing for a while, constantly float across to the north of us, across the north of London. It's been mostly sunshine this morning, and again here at Lords, it's amazing what a difference that can make. Middlesex will very much hope that it's a sunny afternoon for them to try to get through all of this hard work that they are. Top tier, some off for lunch already. First in the queue. Liquid lunch for others.
Be a nice roast in the long room bar today, I would think. Always smells lovely when you walk past there. And he may even do one in the players' dining room. I haven't seen the menu today. Maybe a roast for the players. No committee room hospitality today in terms of food on a Sunday.
Bloody told me that. I still haven't taken up the invite to go and have lunch in the committee room one day. Just my luck, I'd wander over on a Sunday.
Beautiful clip from Deploy. No mid-wicket in place, so Lewis Rees chasing for Derbyshire. Good running from the Middlesex pair, 3 to the total. You'd have to put a tie on, Kev, to go into the committee room. Not sure I've ever seen you in a tie.
Yeah. Skip that lunch then.
Unless Hawes and Curtis are giving you one for free.
Well, we live in hope. Just the single. That's the 50 partnership between these two. See what a difference Deploy has made to matters. That shouldn't perturb Holden at all, though. He must continue upon the path which he's been playing all day. Served him so well for 90 minutes this morning. Single taken.
Someone flew off the bat, went about head high. I was saying off mic, get down, because I thought that might have found its way into the deep square leg's hands. Fortunately, dropped short on one bounce, but see this one off the bat face here. Pretty flat. Out towards the fielder, just dropped short of Derbyshire's deep square leg.
71 for 228th. Well, from Derbyshire's perspective, it's a low-risk, high-reward delivery, that, isn't it? Because, as we've seen, Deploy's hit a couple of them nicely, but you're going to struggle to get it past those fielders because of the dimensions there. So at worst, it's a single. At best, he top edges one, and maybe one of those are able to run in and grab it.
It is. You don't. It's not necessarily a dismissal, though, that you would associate with the pitch as it's played, is it? It's been very much a pitch for the bowlers to bowl a high percentage of balls in the business area, and not really felt like a pitch that the bowler needs to work to make something happen. But obviously Potts' style is to change his length up, challenge the batters on both the back and the front foot. There's that bowling change that you rightly predicted as Aitchison was loosening up. Second slip, he's back into the attack. Anderson out of the attack.
The man that's warming up is at cover. Bashir's thrown his arm over a couple of times, and yep, he's ready to go. Bashir, so will it be a combination of Aitchison from the nursery and Bashir, the off-break bowler, turning it away from the left-handers turning it with the slope as well from the pavilion end. Single dropped, just in between mid-on and mid-wicket. Passages of play that Middlesex be overly focused on, but they'll be aware of, that you just need to get through. This is just another one of them, isn't it? It's 30 minutes to lunch. It's Aitchison who's got 6 in the match and he's having the game of his life at this stage.
I think you're right. I think Middlesex will be looking at this thinking Aitchison's done a lot of work already in this game. This is quite a key passage of play for 40 minutes before the lunch break. Aitchison bowled 20 overs of the 61 that Middlesex faced in the first innings. He's then batted for 157 balls and he's now bowled, this is his 10th over, and Derbyshire only into the 29th over of the innings. So he's basically bowling 1 in 3 of Derbyshire's overs at the moment across the whole game. Middlesex will very much see this as if we can get through another spell here of Aitchison, put more overs into his legs. It forces Derbyshire and Captain Madsen to bowl Potts, Anderson and Hayden more overs. Hayden's been very economical as we've seen, but the more Middlesex can get into the change bowlers, the more they'll feel slightly more at home here. So a big passage of play that we're watching.
Single more. It looks like Bashir's ready to go at cover at the moment. It's a constant rolling over of the arm from him, and of course as we focus on him now he won't do it. There we go. Bashir rolls his arm over. He's going through a full array of stretches, I can promise you, off mic at the moment. Off screen as well as off the mic. Single to end the over. 74 for 2.
He's just been throwing the ball and Guest has called for his helmet, so I think you could be right. Bashir likely to join the attack here. Yep. Cap comes off. We did say that we might see the off spinner against the 2 left-handed batters before lunch. He's got a good opportunity here, 35 minutes or so until that break is due. This will be a very, very good contest because both Deploy and Holden are known to be very good, generally very good players of spin. Bashir obviously recently named in that England squad for the first test against New Zealand. Straight on the money there, Bashir. Kept away from Duploy. There's a man set back here. He's just going to come into shot to field it. Jewel doing the work out on the boundary. You can see Bashir deploying a deep fielder just in front of square leg. Short fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Mid-off, extra cover. Point. And there is a fielder just out on the boundary on the left-hand side that you can't see at deep cover point. Madsen in at slip, the sole catcher for Holden.
Gohar got a couple to grip, didn't he? A couple to turn. Spell yesterday. Bashir be looking for a little bit more bounce here, as opposed to Gohar was looking for perhaps to fizz in through and get them to grip and rip. Yeah, very different styles of spin bowler. Gohar shorter, his natural speed is 50-51 miles an hour. Tries to do batters, deceive batters, sorry, a little bit more in the flight and the drop and the spin. Bashir, a tall bowler, will bowl 3, 4, 5 miles an hour quicker, drive the ball into the surface and try and extract some bounce that way. Dots finished, 75 for 2. Exploratory first over from Bashir. Yeah, such is the art of the spinner. Lots of arms being waved around by the Derbyshire off spinner there, but not a huge amount of action off the surface in that first over. Ball check. 1 wicket in the morning, can't be right. Yeah, we just saw there Lewis Rees was having a bit of a conversation with Aitchison, and it looked like they were going to continue, but Derbyshire have thrown it to umpire Illingworth on screen there. Yorkshireman by birth, made his name at Worcestershire as a left-arm spinner in England. Umpire Widdop. Looks like that ball just before Madsen came into shots passed pretty easily through those rings, so they'll get it back. Yeah, so it's passed easily through the ring that it needs to. Has to pass through one and not through the other. And it's Lewis Rees just in the bottom right hand corner of the screen there. He seems to be the one who takes sort of charge of the ball for Derbyshire. He was in there picking the new ball on the first morning, even though not fit to bowl at the moment. watchful again from Deploy. That's good timing, 4 of them for Deploy.
Yeah, beautiful timing. We were watching live there, and it just looked like a clip that was just going to trickle around the corner and gathered speed down the hill. Beautifully timed off his legs from Deploy.
And Halls and Curtis, just on mention a moment ago, clothing sponsors of Middlesex.
Halls and Curtis, owned by Tuka Silliman, who's on Dragon's Den. Yeah, bit of clothing manufacturing trivia for you.
So it's not owned by Hawes or Curtis then?
Single for Deploy.
On to Lords. Tour of the dressing room. Is he a cricket fan?
Not sure if Tuka Silliman is a cricket fan.
Dots finish, 5 off the over with the boundary and a single. 80 for 2. Just over 15 minutes to lunch.
Talking cricket fans, there was a great, really good podcast I'd recommend. Gary Lineker was on, I think it was the High Performance podcast. He was talking about his love of cricket. He told a wonderful story of scoring 100 in a charity game, I think for the Bunburys, and then having to play a reserve game that evening and scoring a hat-trick. He scored 100 and a hat-trick on the same day.
No one likes a show-off, Gary. Neville's are other big cricket fans, weren't they, Gary and Phil Neville?
I think is it Phil played for England schools. I think Phil was the better cricketer of the two, I think. Gary obviously the more successful football career. And sister played Great Britain netball as well. Less said about their managerial careers, the better, probably.
I'd have taken a stint in charge of Inter Miami. That was Phil Neville, wasn't it?
Gary Neville was Valencia, wasn't he?
That's the bit where I said the better. Amazing honesty, though, isn't it? And you know, in a sporting sense, not just talking about football on a cricket commentary, but in any sporting context, somebody who's experienced, knowledgeable, and successful as Neville was as a player. He said he stood in a dugout. I think it was off Passit.
Feet from Deploy, a little bit of grip from Bashir. Some histrionics here, I think is the way to describe it, from England's off spinner.
I'm trying to think which manager it was. I think he was playing Real Sociedad. One of the famous Spanish managers. He said he just sat there in his technical area looking at his opposite number and saw how many times he changed formation in the game. And he said it was just beyond him. It was incredible to watch. Just goes to show, doesn't it? Oh, that's going to squeeze through for a single. But yeah, it just goes to show, doesn't it? You know, even for somebody as experienced and as talented and as knowledgeable as Neville, but the honesty to say, didn't like it and I'm not doing it again. And I think he identifies that moment where he had to admit, this isn't for me.
Tossed up from Bashir there. Holden not tempted. But Bashir using his pace. As we said, he will bowl faster. He'll be faster through the air than Zafar Gohar is for Middlesex. Very different challenge. 2 finger spinners. Good batting from Deploy there. Just sat a tiny bit leg side of that, drove that straight up between extra cover and mid-off for a single. Takes Middlesex to 83 for 2 now from 32 overs. About 23 minutes or so until lunch.
There's definitely an element Bashir's trying to get in their heads here, but Middlesex must put that out of their mind.
Change here from Aitchison, now coming around the wicket to Deploy as well. He's been operating around the wicket to Holden, taking the ball across Deploy, but slight change from Derbyshire's seamer.
Glad you reminded me that lunch is extended. I've been counting down to 1 o'clock. It's 10 past 1, of course. Batters won't really go into their lunchtime shell until about 5, maximum 10 minutes before the interval, will they? I've seen on the odd occasion a batter turn for lunch at 1 o'clock and where are you going? Still another 10 minutes to go of the session. Can easily be forgotten. You are used to a rhythm of a session, aren't you, as a batter? Yeah, it'd only be, had lunch had been at 1, it'd only be about now that these two would really start to think about the interval, because you don't want to go into your shell too early. Something we touched on earlier just about the scoring rate. You need to keep the scoreboard ticking in general across a session. If you go into your shell too early before lunch, you can get yourself into a rut. Just a single again, sweeper back.
Jewel doing the work for Derbyshire out on the boundary there, but midfield is spread for Deploy. One slip in place in a gully that you're just missing off screen. Point comes in for Holden. Still 2 fielders back on the leg side boundary, a long leg and a deep square leg. Mid wicket and mid on in place on the leg side.
This is tight and it's gone around the wicket. Holden looks back, lines it up for himself before he has to walk off, but Aitchison, just before lunch on the 3rd day, makes the breakthrough on this partnership. His 7th of the match.
And what a game he's having round the wicket to Holden here. And that's pretty conclusively LBW. Holden just looks like his feet just got caught there, didn't really move anywhere. And that ball just holding its line. Good decision from umpire Illingworth. Holden goes for 22 from 84. Middlesex 84 for 3.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Big moments keep coming in this young man's career. A century in the under-19s. He's been racking them up in the seconds this year, and his first-class debut was against Jimmy Anderson. With his tail up last week for Lancashire, it was a match that was very much in a knife edge all the way until Navi Sharma's burst on what was the final morning of the 3rd day, and then Geddes' brilliance with the bat. They're going to need some brilliance with the bat here. Still Middlesex. Faulkner, as he comes to join the skipper. First job is lunch. Get Middlesex through to the interval. It's been a good morning with the bat. Geddes first, so close to lunch. That will be what frustrates Holden, that he didn't quite make the interval after all the hard work. 84 deliveries for Holden, 22 runs, but the 84 deliveries mean a lot as well. Still got to put a few more deliveries into the legs of the bowlers though. 3 slips for Faulkner. Right hander for Aitchison to bowl out again. Nice leave. It's from the nursery end, so that slope slipping from leg to off as you look at the screen. Drawn into that one. Side off, a dot to finish. Crucially for Derbyshire, a wicket in the over, an 84 for 3. So lunch delayed today, it's 15 minutes still to the interval.
This is really an innings that the man on the right of the two Middlesex batters there, Lewis Deploy, feels got to now marshal this all the way through. Obviously plenty of batting to come from Middlesex with Higgins, Keeper Duke, and then the bowlers of Bosch, Roland Jones. Lots and lots of batting to come from Middlesex, but you do feel a big contribution needed for the man from the man on strike.
Shorts, just a single. Right hander for Bashir to bowl out now as well with the slope. Just have to remind himself it's a right hander as well. Should be over the wicket.
Just off screen here to the right of Caleb Faulkner is that there is a short leg, just putting a helmet on. A heavy 6 fielders on the leg side. Sweep fielder just going back on the boundary. Well, no, it's only 5. Mid wicket's going back over the other side now. 2 fielders on the boundary. Man behind square on the boundary. Man in front of square. Short leg in place. You can see just in front of us there. Looks like Montgomery. Mid wicket, mid on.
Short outside off. It's away with it. Actually quite like that field. I was surprised they sent the cover back. It continues. Trying to get into the batter's mind. There's the 2 mid wickets. Solid defence, so in the over. 85 for 3. Tell us a little bit about Caleb Faulkner, and then obviously a century in the under-19 final. It was a big announcement on his part. 100 call-up as well, but his journey through Middlesex.
So Caleb came over 2022, 23 I think it was, went down to Millfield School, recommended to Middlesex before he went down there, so well looked after at Millfield by Mark Garraway and the team. been in the Middlesex pathway. Obviously, as you say, scored a lot of runs in youth cricket, selected into that England under-19 World Cup squad as a bit of a late entry almost because of his qualification period he had to do from South Africa.
Oh, sucked into one there, Deploy. And look at the batter. He knows it.
That was a very gentle delivery, that from Aitchison, just thrown up there wide of the off stump, swinging away from Deploy, and Deploy's followed it. Getting it off the surface as well. Middlesex lucky to evade that one. But yeah, Caleb, the most impressive thing for me is after the World Cup 100 and then the 100 call-up was in second team cricket. He was able to cut away from Deploy to deep point for a single. Yeah, with all of that hype around you, the World Cup and people talking about you, obviously doing it against India means that the hype goes through the roof even more so in an under-19 World Cup final. And then to be picked up in the 100 without having played a first team game, the cricket, but then to go into second team cricket and to score the runs that he has done in early season is something that's really, really impressive. Very easy for a young player to think they just deserve an opportunity in first team cricket as a result of scoring some runs for England or being picked in the 100, but Caleb's gone away and worked incredibly hard, not picked straight away this season, scored 2 very big hundreds to earn the opportunity to take the place in this rejigged Middlesex order. See, Josh De Carey's was the one who missed out. Geddes has moved up to the top of the order and Caleb has slotted in at 5, but credit to the young man.
That's a lovely guide. Full control of that. Got a couple. Aitchison not impressed, but Faulkner was well positioned and well played by the youngster.
A bit of width here and just guided very nicely down by lots of control in that by Faulkner. Potts doing the work for Derbyshire.
That's a very good comeback from Aitchison. You could see the ball before. It upset the bowler.
Just a little bit more on this from the Derbyshire seamer. All behind it, a bit more energy on it. Slightly down the slope. Faulkner inside the line of that. Carries through beautifully to Guest.
He was fired up by the ball before, wasn't he? He didn't like that guide. You could see it in his follow through previously, and you can certainly see it in that last delivery. Good again. Big in swing for Aitchison. Good from Faulkner meeting it with the forward defence. 35 bowled, 88 for 3. We've just gone past 1 o'clock. Very nearly at lunch on the third day. Delayed by 10 minutes because of the extra overs we're making up from those lost yesterday. Heading over the top of the tavern stands, the Allen. Off to Heathrow, little patch of blue in behind it there. Plenty of those around the sky. Middlesex will hope that that's the case this afternoon as well. Chipped up for a moment, just about chipped the shot, but it is almost like the first day of the game, isn't it? Can you get in 3 down at lunch? Can you get that good start to the afternoon and not have 4 and 5 go quickly after the interval and then try to get hold of the day with the bat? Now, a little bit of everything on that. Derbyshire on their haunches. That could be a very big chance.
We spoke about Middlesex will need the rub of the green to bat through this day. Thick edge from Deploy off the hip of keeper Guest and flies past Madsen, who's not able to reach it as he's grabbing behind him there. Single brings Faulkner onto strike and takes Duploy on to 47. We did say Middlesex would need some luck, and perhaps that's the first stroke that they've seen today.
Use the feet from Faulkner. Similar yesterday for Duke, just flicked out of the glove onto the arm of the keeper and safely away. Oh, up in the air, safe. Just closed the face too soon on that one, Faulkner.
Yeah, Bashir is driving this ball into the surface, and it does look like a couple in this haven't skipped on in the way that a couple in this over, sorry, that haven't skipped on in the way that either Faulkner or Duploy would expect.
Nicely down for a single, one to come of the over. Single more to finish. 3 singles, but a big chance not taken by Derbyshire. 91 for 3, 36 bowls.
Just strikes me as a little period here, 6 minutes before the lunch break. Duploy had a little waft at one from Aitchison in the previous overs, just nicked one in the last over from Bashir. Just feels like a moment where he might just need to recalibrate, as it were, rein himself back in. He has scored pretty freely, 48 from 56 balls, but a key passage of play here as he nears his 50 and Middlesex near the lunch break.
2 more overs until lunch will be taken. Just a single on this occasion. Does have that feel of the first day of a game. Side batting, lunch, 3 down. Can they get in 3 down? And the bowling side will come out and say, all right, it's only 3 down. But if we pick up 4 and 5 quickly, then the afternoon session can very quickly turn in our favour. Had that beautiful little guide in the previous over from Aitchison, which fired up Derbyshire quick. Duploy comes down to have a little natter with Faulkner. Settle down. The match is nearly here. Put the shots away.
Duploy's experience being shown at the non-strikers here. 3 balls left of this over. Will be making sure that Bashir's next over from the pavilion end is the last of this session.
Bank everything you had that ball will be clattering back in towards the off stump. Faulkner meets it. Faulkner will be to leave as much as he can right now. So if he can get one to come back up that slope, Aitchison could be in the game. Edged and away. 3 slips in place where the 4th would have had a chance. It's a boundary.
Here's full of delivery. Driven by Faulkner. Flick outside edge. Dissects the 3 slips in the gully, or the backward point. Pretty evenly. Runs away for 4 runs. Faulkner's first boundary.
Angles it in again. Faulkner equal to a single take and 97 for 3. So this should and will be, by the looks of it, just gone past 8 minutes past 1. Playing a 2 hour and 10 minute session to begin and again this afternoon. Final time swinging to the direction of the north. South even. That's where it's coming in from. Which way will this match swing this afternoon? There's still a big over to get through here. Middlesex and Faulkner. She just warming to that task. That one leading edge from Faulkner in the last over and the outside edge from Deploy.
Just watch here Bashir's pace for these last 5 deliveries of this morning session. Has been on the faster side. That one a tiny bit slower. It was short. Faulkner able to play off the back foot, but just keep an eye on the use of pace here from the spinner.
The short leg, but no inside edge on it.
Again, a little bit more flight on that one than we have seen from Derbyshire's off spinner.
Mid-wicket slightly, bringing up deep backward square to 45 or backward square.
There's that one flatter, pushing Faulkner back. If you compare the first and the third deliveries of this over, very similar lines and lengths, but the first one much slower, that one pushed through the air a bit quicker.
Smothered with the bat by Faulkner. Quite the angle on that, there was no doubt. He was pushing that into the ground with all his might.
Final ball before lunch. Wouldn't surprise me if Bashir gives this one some air, tries to spin it.
Inside edge onto the pads, he goes with the quicker one. It was going to be one of the two. That's the end of the session. Rolls down the pad, this one. Alan Coleman, a quick thought before you, from you before you head off. Middlesex had to win that session. They have. Just, obviously they'd have liked to have taken Holden back in, not out at lunch, but overall that's a lot of fight and it was needed this morning. There's still a lot more fight needed, but it's an encouraging start.
84 for 2 in essence, Middlesex from this morning session. From the first 2 hours and 10 minutes of play, another 2 hours and 10 minutes to follow after tea, but very much a tick in the first tick of many needed from Middlesex to get a favourable result out of this game. And well played by Holden. 84 balls for his 22. Deploy 49 not out as he heads into lunch. Middlesex will be pleased with their morning's work, but by no means does that mean it's over. A lot more hard work to do this afternoon.
Alan Coleman, the Director of Cricket at Middlesex. Many thanks for his company with us on the stream this morning. Well, They are fighting hard, Middlesex, and they're giving themselves a chance here. 102 behind still, 7 wickets standing. Join us back after the lunch interval. The live stream here at Lords, brought to you in association with Zafferman.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Have fun.
Catch, throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Lords. Play about to resume here on the stream, brought to you in association with Daffabet. 97 for 3. Middlesex, they still trail by 102, so a lot of work to do. They're giving themselves a chance in the morning session. Here's Hayden. Keen to wrap this up quickly, no doubt. Leas deploy 49 from 58, the Middlesex captain. Has a huge job to do this afternoon. Was brought to the crease this morning by the fall of Guedes, nicking off attempted drive. In Holden with the 50 partnership settling things. Holden falling just before lunch. 64 the partnership at the time. Deploy offering an edge to the keeper. Not held. Faulkner with the leading edge off Bashir, falling safely. And lots still to do, but the skipper is leading the way. He's on to 50. Side of the season with a big century here against Gloucestershire, set up the win. First things first, they've got to back the day today, Middlesex. Boy, seems determined to give them a good chance of doing so. From elbow. Technically looks good. And Faulkner. Lovely shot. Boy, oh boy, he's bounced it over the stumps at the non-striker's end. What's with this? For all the world, you'd have thought this was going to clatter into those stumps. Over the top. Umpire got out of the way as well. Obligingly. 102 for 3. Middlesex now trail by 97, down to double figures. Next job, get it down to 50. Almost like a chase, but overall the key job for Middlesex is bat out the day. Have a look at the ball. Get on with it, is the answer. Decided to get a little something going before lunch, Bashir. Out of the glove of keeper guest. Madsen let slip with a desperate dive, trying to salvage the opportunity, but couldn't quite get there. Oh, who's in the way now? Somebody. Shut the dressing room door. Home dressing room as well. Nice looking shot. Just the single with the sweeper back though, Aitchison. Should be a real test this for Faulkner. Bashir looking full of confidence out there at the moment. Looking to nail down the England place. To 19, Centurion. On strike. Three for 3. Leave. A delicate dab. Saw one of those before. Deansville running Aitchison for 4. Actually, I think it was only 1 for 2 in the end, but a nice little dab nonetheless. He's taken that from a pretty straight line there, Faulkner. Too big clattering into middle. He'd have fancied maybe middle and leg. Shape on that again, but beautifully played by Faulkner. Over the top of it, angle back, soft hands. Slide from Potts. They've run 3. Short, sharp chase. Expertly done by Potts. 92 now the deficit. It was teed up yesterday morning. We had the Director of Cricket at Middlesex, Alan Coleman, up here, as he was this morning as well. He said after 177 all out, Middlesex's job is quite clear. You've got to score whatever Derbyshire score and then defend 177 in the final innings. Still really in that position where it's going to require that double century stand, as you saw for Derbyshire, something akin to that, 2 centurions from here, and it's a fair chance of a testing chase at the end for the visitors. Expertly done again by the youngster. They'll take 2. To the closing few thoughts before lunch for Derbyshire, the equation's clear. It's almost like the first day of a game. Three down at lunch. You'd have liked to have had a 4 down, but if not, try and get 4 and 5 early in the afternoon session and prevent the back from getting on top. 2 wickets falling this morning, of course, because 1 fell last night, but the point remains, can they get 4 and 5 quickly here after the interval? If they do, it's going to be a long way back for Middlesex to secure something defendable as a lead. But the biggest name on the card, even before the innings have begun, is Lewis Deploy. 52 from 63. Fans have no doubt of the threat that Deploy poses. Bad day at the office yesterday for Middlesex. At least had a good morning's work underneath their belts today. Cut away. Now, was it a chance? It would have been a tight one, whether it carried or not to the left of backward points. Probably not, no. Although those hands on heads were there. Boundary to finish, 114 for 3, 85 now. Middlesex trail by. If they get their 3 wickets down, then they really will fancy a chance of setting something up with 7 wickets standing. And who'd be closing on a century, the other one who'd be there or thereabouts for a 50 from that point. With 7 wickets standing, could they set something to defend on the final day? But it's still a long way away from reaching parity. Pitch him. Stops play. Dead ball signals. Goodness me. Pitching could have been in great danger there. Dipping up the slope. Inside part of the bat, as we said, inside and outside edge in play a lot yesterday. Chunk of the inside of the bat there. Six rode the luck with a couple of outside edges already today. Plentiful supply of them yesterday, inside and outside. And another one comes jagging back in, inside edge once more. Single on this occasion. Look at that. Sun's out. Swing's not quite as prevalent right now, but there's still seam movement. Three bowled, 115 for 3. So second new ball will be just the other side of tee. Two will be taken with 34 overs remaining today. In fact, it'll be taken. It's fixed at 4 because we're making up time. So circa 34 overs remaining, let's say. Be 75 bowled on this one, so yeah, just after tea. Now by that point Middlesex would imagine that they'd be at parity. How many down though? If they get their 3 down, it could be game on. Ushered with the onside for a single. There were 2 mid-wickets in there originally on the field plan for Derbyshire to the right-hander, but the second mid-wicket has moved to cover. Or is that something worth revisiting? Left-hander now though. On 16 for 3. I think that's Zach Chappell under the grandstand there. Seen this one with the hamstring injury to fancy this surface. Bit of seam movement for the tall man. he is, the big fella. Speaking of big fellas, Aitchison, 7 for in the match, as well as a maiden first class ton. Maiden ton. For the run again. Another game in action this afternoon for Middlesex. The women are taking on Hertfordshire in the T20 County Cup. Hertfordshire have won the toss in the match at Radlett and elected to bowl. Just getting underway that one. Glorious Sunday afternoon at Lord's. Not a scorchio, even though the sun's belting down, mid-teens the temperature, just over perhaps. Inside edge again. That is this surface though. Try and give yourself the best chance of the line than whatever seam or swing movement there may be. The swing not so prevalent today, but the seam still is. Just hope as it deviates from the line, it doesn't deviate too far from the middle of the bat where you're trying to hit it. Shot well cut off at mid-off. Watchful again from Faulkner. .116 for 3. Seen enough. Come on, lad. Time to go. Dancing to the track again. 20 for 3. .120 for 3. Well, that'll feel good for the youngster. It looks sensational. A teenager from afar. Straight down the ground against Derbyshire's main man in this match. To the side and making an impression. Faulkner 26 from 56 now, 75 the deficit. No doubt the sun is helping today. The key question will be if this game does go into a fourth day, which Middlesex will clearly hope and aim to take it that far. We see a bit more cloud cover, the swing return alongside this seam movement. And 2-4 for 3. There'll be a bit of rain around this evening. The cloud in early ahead of that to liven things up sometime around the second new ball becoming available indeed. Nice shot again. And a good matchup this. Aitchison 7th in the match. Faulkner second first class match. Side up against it and needing something special from the skipper and the teenager. Just wide of Reese, a single taken. .47 bowls. It's gone 15 minutes beyond the lunch interval. Actually 5 minutes, sorry. Did think that was a long 15 minutes. 35 minutes into the afternoon session. These two just continuing to steady this ship. 47 overs bowled. They're in with a chance, Middlesex. That's what you've got to say at this point. This ball getting ever softer. Not so much swing today. The softer it gets, the more chance they'll fancy. They've got against the seam. What can the spinner produce? On the inside edge of Faulkner, and offers a word along with it. You're working it all out. Can you work out one of these wickets? Well, swept hard and shoved back in. Those were fine margins there. To plunge forward and slam his hand down in between the rope and the ball. Let's have a look. Just there. Boom. Yeah, brilliant. Really, really good that. Had to put up a barrier. Hope that it bounced off it. It did. Yes, no, yes. 45 the partnership, of which Faulkner has 29. 48 bowled, 129 for 3. Mound stand. Nice bit of sun for the rest of the day there in the lower tier. There was that coat in the middle there, suggests the wind chill means it's not as pretty a picture as it looks. Couple at least. They come for the third. There's that wind chill. 12-foot pennant of the MCC above the grandstand. More than buffeted. Good stop. Gully preventing, or possibly even could have been 4. He likes that guide. Faulkner, we've seen that a couple of times now. Swing away after it bounces. Back in again. Middlesex in no rush at the moment, but they have got the run rate up to 2.7. That's what partnerships do. Hold and deploy. Now deploying Faulkner. .33 for 3. Well, that's a fine way to bring up the 50 partnership. Over the top from Faulkner. Slapped dismissively over Rees. Look at that. Deploy 19 from 30. Faulkner 34 from 70. Step aside, skipper, I've got this. The deficit now. You're nowhere near starting to feel nervous if you're Derbyshire just yet. But a wicket would be nice. Bowled. All of a sudden that scoreboard, with a swift 50 partnership between these two, is just starting to look somewhere close to manageable for Middlesex. Take everything out of the equation that's gone before. If you were to say in your second innings that you trail by 59 but you have 7 wickets standing, and certainly with one batter on a 50, the other one nearing it, the ball 50 overs old, where can you be in 30 overs time with 7 wickets standing? You'd think you've got somewhere around a 30 to 40 run lead by that point as you face the second new ball. And how many wickets left have you got? 170, 180, absolute minimum 150 is what Middlesex will want to bowl at, and from here you would expect that Middlesex should be able to find 200 runs. Deploy on 64, Faulkner on 36, 140 for 3. A very bad day at the office yesterday. They have said that themselves, as the director of cricket at Middlesex, Alan Coleman, told us earlier. Now they have to have a very good day at the office, and indeed so far so good. Potts will have other ideas, and Derbyshire still won't have given up hope on a 3-day win here. Innings victory looks unlikely from here, but again, they won't have given up hope. One can bring 2, and if it's the 2 set batters, I'd hope that they can pile all the pressure back onto the hosts here. Bowled inside part of the bat again. Not as prevalent today, the inside and outside edge, as it was yesterday, but that's to do with the overhead. Sunny day today, not as much swing. It's just giving the batters a better chance to line it up against the seam movement. Still tricky. But with seam and swing, as it was yesterday, the inside and outside edge were found on a good number of occasions. Bit of width, sweeper back, so just a single. Interesting part of this passage of play coming up now will be, can Derbyshire keep a better control of the scoring rate than Middlesex did? It's a good run further than this one is, 2.79 at the moment. It was up towards 4 and just over 4 at points in that Derbyshire innings. Derbyshire will look to maintain the discipline that they've shown all match long. Middlesex 177 off 51 overs. No, hold on a minute. 177, 60.5, so the scoring rate there below 3. .4 for Derbyshire's 376, so there you go. Match 4s for Derbyshire, below 3 for Middlesex. Where does this innings go from here though? Hayden's been very disciplined, 1 for 25 from 12. This now is the test, overs 50 to 80. If Middlesex can win this session, then we've got a real game on our hands here at Lord's. If they win it by a handsome margin, then Derbyshire might be taking tea. Worrying that their best first innings advantage in their history of playing at Lord's may be turned on them. The last time that a player took 10 wickets in the match and scored a century here at Lords. Richardson's on 7 with his maiden first class ton to boot as well. 1930. He's still got 3 to find for a 10 for at Lords, which I'm sure he would dearly love. Western Report will write itself if Middlesex do overcome their worst first innings deficit against Derbyshire here at Lords, and a bowler taking 10 for scoring a century. Giving themselves a chance, that's for sure. From a neutral perspective, this could be a wonderful game of cricket. Let's hope the weather doesn't intervene. Got an update from producer Dan at the back of the box. .50 partnership at Radlett for Middlesex women, put in by Hertfordshire. .43 for 3. And 10 minutes to tea. Which suggests it could be a 40 over session this evening for Derbyshire. That could be a long, long evening in the dirt, particularly with their main bowler Aitchison barely having set foot off the park in this game. Trouble. If he hits, he's gone, and he's missed. Big moment, and it's gone for 4 as well. .140. I think that's going to be 147. Let's see. Let's deploy. Inside edge rolls down. Yes, no, yes. Get on with it. Dive. He was long gone. If it hit, it did not. Up he got to run again, but 4 more. Listen to your elders, says Leas. When I say run, run. 5, of course, as they'd already run the single before the overthrow. So 148 for 3. Middlesex trail by 51. Deploys onto 71. Faulkner has the strike. Derbyshire, just for the first time in this match, facing up to a problem. Hooked to deep square. 50 on the board. 7 wickets standing, just 49 behind. And there is a long, long way to go in this game, but Middlesex are just reaching a point where they have the right to have a serious belief that this could be set up for a thriller tomorrow. Nearly turned around. There you go, he's looking towards mid-wicket. For on drive, a clip, had to keep the bat face open and did. Yep, it's getting cold, sun's around the back of the pavilion. Strong wind blowing. It's tucked away again, long leg giving chase, it's a long chase as well, they'll take 2. Away. 4 buys. 43 the deficit. And 56 for 3. .57 for 3. Cut fine. It's a lot of boundary out there for the sweeper to cover, so they'll get 2. There you go, and that's what Potts just has to be careful of. He's got a sweeper back, but missed the sweeper either side, and it's a couple. Missed cover. It could well be 4, but you'd have to give it a thump, all right. Go. Just a single though, too close to the sweeper this time. No, back they come. .61 for 3. Jibber jabber between the umpires. What do they got to say about life? 50 for Izzy Routledge in the women's game at Radlett. .87 for none off 11 in the T20 Cup game. It's Hertfordshire. It's a chunk of the bat again. Chance to swing, but there's just not much there today. It was enough to check the drive just there before pitching. Was it off the surface indeed? I think it just dipped. A little light swing. Comes sharply back in, and that's hurt. Brooke Guests throws down the glove. I don't think there was any bat involved, but look, back down the slope. Or was there? Glove? Yes, I think there was. Yes, gloves it onto the glove of the keeper. Now the throw to the keeper's end, deploys through. Single to finish. They trail by 36. Middlesex 163 for 3. Lovely shot. Now there's a chase on for the sweeper, and he won't get to it. Deploys into the 80s. Middlesex are 32 behind. Potts was going with the bumper from the pavilion end to deploy where there was a big boundary. It's the bottom right of your screen for him to hook and pull towards. There's a long leg, as you'll see. There's a deep square just out of shot. The bumper sent to tempt him. And 68 for 3. Lovely shot. Good stop. Keeps him to a single. A single more to finish. 170 for 3 Middlesex. There's bar, tea and champagne. What more could you want on a Sunday afternoon? With the tea on the home balcony though. They'll accept the champagne, I'm sure. There's Pete, our cameraman. Gives a wave, Pete. Oh, he's not listening. Hey! Well, where's that gone? Right through everything, but what did it take on the way? Derbyshire fancy it was pad and leg before. Going in towards that off stump. It's not a bad shout. It goes off the pad and over the stumps remarkably. But just watch for the line of the off stump. You can see the top of it there. And yeah, fair chance that's hitting in line, but hitting the top of the pad. As we said, the key for today, I think for Middlesex, would be consistency from the umpires, because there were a good few shouts that were rejected on height yesterday. Top of the pad struck there, and the batter given the benefit of the doubt, but I reckon that'll be umpire's call on DRS. It was an uncomfortable moment for Deploy. There have been too many of them since that early put down just before lunch. To the 40s. 71. 350 for Artemis Downer in the women's game at Radlett against Hertfordshire in the T20 Cup. 14 without loss. 14 overs of that first innings of the match. Hertfordshire putting Middlesex in, the winner facing Warwickshire. Top of the mound stand. Looks like some sort of event up there, given the number of red hats. Top of the mound. There you go, champagne glasses at the back. Let's find out who they are. We have to pop up to the top of the mound stand at tea. That champagne on offer. Martin Anderson. Back into the attack for Derbyshire. What a sight. Is there a finer sight in world cricket? The sun out at Lords. Faulkner. 26 the deficit. Oh no, a mix-up, a horrible mix-up and a dive saves deploy. There's the single. Deploy it was who... he did go, sorry, my apologies, saves Faulkner. I thought it was Deploy who went back, but well done from the youngster and indeed the skipper for the two of them realising if one of us gets run out here, it has to be Faulkner. Yes, no, but always a no on that one. 175 for 3, 59 bowls, 50 remain of day 3, 24 the difference. So he'll be taken at 4, so 40 minutes away. Just past the halfway stage of the day, given it's a 104 over day rather than 96. The total, just 21 in it now. Edged short of the slips, deploys into the 90s. And the carry to a second. That's a nice looking shot. On the ground it goes. Just reached. Nope. Another slip and a slide. He's pushing it back in. 94 for deploy now. Deficit's just 14. That is also the 100 partnership between deploy and Faulkner. Eyes are on this. 50 for deploy, 44 Faulkner. So deploy's got it going again. Faulkner was dominating the partnership to 50. Settled in really nicely. Stylish for a dot ball. $60 done. 49 remain today. 185 for 3, 14 in it. In the games elsewhere in Division 1, wow, Leicestershire all out for 60. Essex are 42 for 3, still requiring 59 themselves. Look at that, Leicestershire 60. Top score of 20 from Cox, 12 from Holland, 4 for Cook, 4 for Snater, 2 for Porter. In Division 1 at Southampton, Hampshire 28 for 2. They lead Nottinghamshire by 13 runs. That's all out for 229 in their first innings. Somerset 526 for 8 declared. Sussex are 155 for 3. Rain delay at Taunton. And Glamorgan are 31 for 3 in their second innings. They lead by just 139 runs. Sorry, by a good 139 runs. All out for 252 in reply to Glamorgan's 360. And Surrey 176 for 9 in reply to Yorkshire's 486. 4 for Hill, 3 for Revis. Score for Surrey in there, 176 for 9, or 56 off 61 by their number 9 Abbott. And that 20 is the top scores in Division 2. Gloucestershire 189 for 8. They lead Northamptonshire by 216. Bristol run away. 1 for 4. Faulkner's on 48. They play at Canterbury yet today. Kent 5-2-3. Durham 1-7-3 for 5. Start delayed down there still. Everywhere he goes, he always takes the weather with him, Martin Emerson. Down the leg side. Buys indeed. Wasn't it a reverse fixture, Durham versus Kent, when the covers, or was it the sight screen, blew over and storm something or other was hit in the northeast? Damage done, so disappointing one between those two in the reverse game. Kent. Driven. Oh, now. Gone. Deploy turns and walks. Ouch. It's hurt, and it's a bowling finger as well for England's Bashir. So the physio will have to come out for that one. But for Derbyshire, he's held on to the catch, and the catch of the skipper, the former Derbyshire man, removed by the former Middlesex man, and it's a stunner from Bashir. But it's hurt, and it's hurt a lot. And Deploy couldn't quite believe it. He held his ground for a moment, not really in checking whether it was a clean catch, but just in the disbelief. 95 from 117. He's brought them so close to parity. But Deploy, the former Derbyshire man, falls to Anderson, the former Middlesex man. It's 191 for 4.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Eight runs the deficit. Middlesex are effectively -8 for 4 into Ryan Higgins. Time for a scrap. Well, it's the 61st over. It's not a bad time to be walking out at number 6. Try and get himself in. One thing he's got to do first is just help Faulkner to his maiden first class 50. Steady the ship. Indeed, 13 minutes before the interval, get this to T. They'd have been over the moon if they'd have got to T3 down. Now, Derbyshire are thinking about that 4-5-6. What can they do before the interval? And what was starting to look like game on, all of a sudden, the door opens for Derbyshire to ram home the advantage again. Can they turn 1 into 2 or more? Anderson, who's all-rounder role at Middlesex, is done for really with Higgins' return from Gloucestershire. Now the pair prepared to do battle. Amongst all of that, Bashir has gone off. And it was the bowling hand, and it was the bowling hand of the England call-up. So whether he's back for this game, whether he's back, whether he's out for how long. .191 for 4. A little bit of late, yes, swing. Just took it away from Deploy, which meant he was reaching for it. We've not seen much swing at all today. The way that Bashir's reacting there, it's almost as though... Well, it could have been a split webbing. But equally... could have been worse, and Derbyshire and England will hope it's not anything broken. No century for Deploy. 191 for 4. Faulkner's on 48. Middlesex are still as such behind in this game. Well, they are behind, trailed by 8, but 4 down. The fact it was Deploy as well feels like a massive moment in the game, in which Middlesex must respond mightily, or Derbyshire may well ram their way back to a clear ascendancy in the game. Bounce for Potts. Tails will be up now. They'll know, they'll sense this is a moment. A long day, patient day. They've persisted. Hope to find their reward now in this passage. Having to wait for that second new ball. brings 2, and that's what Middlesex will fear right now. These two have got to try and steady it. Settle through to T. Heavy burden on young shoulders. 103 balls faced. Has he gauged? He has. 1 brings 2. Deployed just shy of a century. Faulkner just shy of a first class 50. And Middlesex just shy of parity in their second innings. Potts picks him up. Driving at a wide one. Not quite there for him. A little naughty, but 1 does so often bring 2. And having lost his partner deploy after a fabulous century stand, Middlesex now facing up to a long run through to T with 2 new batters in the middle. It was an outstanding innings by Faulkner. All of the talent was on display, all of the promises there, clear to see. It's just shy of the 50 on this occasion. 48 for him. Middlesex 191 for 5. Harry Duke on loan from Yorkshire because of the broken finger for Joe Cracknell. Now he comes to join Higgins. 2 balls faced. Zafar Gohar, Ethan Bosch, Toby Rowland Jones, and then Navia Sharma to come. We said that Middlesex need 2 centurions really. Just shy of 1. We've got 1 batter who's just shy of a 50, so they need a 50 from somebody else somewhere and then hope the others can muster 100 or so at the other end. 150 is the minimum Middlesex would have wanted to bowl at Derbyshire. Give themselves a chance. They trail by 8, they're 5 down. 107 was that partnership. Good. Both batters falling with the score on 191. Talk just after lunch, could they put 4 and 5 on the board quickly, and then pressure heaps on Middlesex? Well, just shy of T and just shy of parity. 4 and 5 fall quickly. Again, 2 set batters. It's back to leaving it for Middlesex. They've got to leave it as best they can through until tea. 25 minutes away. After tea, they'll have 12 overs or so. Then that second new ball. Just in the cotton wool between now and then, you'd have thought, just to give him a rest and say, all right, go with the burst. Good luck time earlier today. 7 in the match he has. Century. Wicket maiden for Potts, 191 for 5, back to Anderson. This is the 5th. Just away. Quite under the nose from Faulkner. Length wasn't there really. In terms, 1 so often brings 2. Now what can Higgins and Duke do? Anderson with the big wicket, let him deploy, being the former Middlesex man picking up the former Derbyshire man, and it's such a crucial moment as well. Up as the former Middlesex all-rounder versus the current Middlesex all-rounder. James Franklin was the man in possession of that all-rounder spot when Ryan Higgins was coming through, and off he went to Gloucestershire as a result. Post James Franklin, I guess Anderson was the closest Middlesex had to replacing the all-rounder role. To Higgins that they turned, brought back from Gloucestershire. Then sent Anderson away to Derbyshire. Middlesex are off that 191 score. 2 for 5, trailing by 7. Just scramble to tea, 5 down, lead on the board, and can they muster enough with their last 5 to give themselves something to bowl at? If they've got to tea 3 down and in the lead, you'd almost start to fancy Middlesex, but boy oh boy, those 2 wickets have made a huge difference. This passage of play, potentially the match. Dug out by Duke. Middlesex women post 162 for 3 Izzy Routledge with 89. That's off the 20 overs, unbeaten that for Routledge, so looking good against Hertford. Should set up a game against Warwickshire in the Cup. Punched point, no run. Runs have almost come back out of it for Middlesex now. The scoring rate, which is up over 3 and was looking pretty healthy. Now it's about overs again. Middlesex have got to targets for today. Main one at the start, and as it is again now, is be there at stumps. 92 for 5. Just finishing those scores elsewhere. Summed up the match at Canterbury. Lancashire versus Worcestershire at Sebra. Worcestershire 270 all out and Lancashire 196 for 6. So, Division 2 at the moment. Durham do fail to win that game. And indeed, if they get back on tomorrow, Durham are a long way behind. A bit of work to do. Could be saving the draw tomorrow, Durham, if they get back out there. Canterbury. Worcestershire, Lancashire. So let's take a draw in that one. Gloucestershire win against Northamptonshire should be a key thing here for Middlesex. Is just try to win this one. Derbyshire, if they win this, then the Division 2 table. Well, if Gloucestershire win as well, the Division 2 table tightens up remarkably. Sets it up beautifully for the couple of games mid-season and then those 4 late games to finish. Serve again from Duke. And for him from 8. 2 from 8 for Higgins. That's Cundy over. And well, for Middlesex, it is about rebuilding. It's about survival now. Time occupying the crease. Got to start again. And 93 for 5. Duke's last innings. Middlesex for he returns to Yorkshire. I'm sure that he will want to go out with a flourish, not just for his team, but for himself as well. And Coleman, Director of Cricket, who was up here with us earlier, up on the balcony now. Geddes on one end, Luke Holman, sub on the other end. Coots, club coach. Peter Fulton, the head coach, either side of Alan Coleman. Clip by Higgins. Not going to make it. Or will it? No. Run 3. Middlesex trail by 3. That's nice from Duke. Lovely way to get off the mark. Punch through point. And Middlesex lead by 1. One for 5, Middlesex. Where does the game go now? It's such a small thing, but it'll frustrate them that they were so close to being effectively 1 for 3. Faulkner and Deploy going so well. 1 for 5 has a slightly different ring though. Not to say it can't be recovered. These two have got a lot of work to do. Firstly, just to get it to tee. Swing it around the legs. Good take. $200 for 5. 44 remain today. 10 minutes to tee. width and an open face from Higgins. And a couple. 2 for 5. Start to feel in a position where they've got something going, Middlesex. They'd almost have to double their score with their final 5 wickets, which is a tall order. It's asking for another century. Couldn't rule that out from Higgins or from Duke, or indeed Gohar, for those to come. Need to check that. Looked like he was going to play inside that. Close in the face, Higgins. Just watch the back face come down, and he's done well. Pushed into the onside. Renu and R behind the stumps, but nothing to get too excited about. 2:02 for 5. Just over 5 minutes to tea on day 3. Bashir's back, so it wasn't broken, but there we go, strapping on that thumb where he took the catch to dismiss deploy. Looked in real pain, but he's okay. Dropping short and punished. 4 for Higgins, the lead is 7. My apologies, it was Harry Duke. Shot again, he's for a single. Oh dear. Got into an awkward position here, Higgins, and nearly his downfall. Toe into the bat. scampered. And 209 for 5. There's 1 to tee here on the third day, which will leave 41 to bowl after. 12 to the second new ball. Middlesex leading by 10, but perilously positioned again now with the fall of Deploy and Faulkner. So parts of the last over before the interval. Full one. Left to the over. Oh! Never run on a misfield, especially in the last over before tea. .41 pots, but he's been impressive. But resisted again by Duke. They're in full defensive mindset now, Middlesex. Now what's going on out there? Short leg coming on. Last ball, the over. 2 slip, Scully, short leg. 5-4 fields. Potts to Duke. What's the bumper? 209 for 5. And that is tea. On the third day, 209 for 5 it is. Middlesex lead by 10. They've given themselves a fighting chance, but Derbyshire have fought back just before the interval, picking up Deploy and Anderson. Now for your viewing pleasure, the live stream here from Middlesex in association with Dafferbeck through the tea session. We're going to cross up to Radlett with the pictures and the sound effects from the women's T20 match between Middlesex and Hertfordshire. But we'll be back here after the interval.
competitions.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That's all.
Catch, throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
What a performance it's been.
Very eventful innings here in South London. That's out, and he's off in celebration.
Afternoon all, welcome back to Lords. Evening session just about to get underway. 26 for 2, Hertfordshire women up against it in the T20 Cup match we brought you at tea. Back to the men here at Lords. And Bashir from the nursery end. Higgins on strike. Duke at the non-strike as their Middlesex lead by 10, but they only have 5 wickets standing. .140 more runs will make a game of it. 180 as a lead. Middlesex will just start to fancy it. 200 plus, and you'd start to look towards Middlesex in this game, you'd think. A lot of work to do to get anywhere near that, though. They do need to double this score from here, really, you think. 41 overs remain today. 12 to the second new ball. Well, he's enjoying himself, Bashir. Thumb injury. It was a grandstand for the 4th wicket. Middlesex needs something very good here from the 6th wicket. It's 4 and 5 falling quickly. Deploying Faulkner. And Higgins and the low-knee Duke do for Middlesex's promotion aspirations. Derbyshire's own. I wouldn't particularly say hinge on this. Defeat the position they were in to a side who were second in their second bottom would be tough to come back from. Just the task that sits in front of Middlesex. If we were to call it a one innings match and Middlesex are 11 for 5, that's what they're up against. That's what they've got to somehow find a good number of runs. 5 wickets. There is a lot of batting to come. Second ball looms large in this match for both sides. Middlesex just wanting to set themselves up and prepare for it. Higgins and Duke, they won't get anywhere fast in the next 10 overs at all. So being there for the second new ball is crucial for Middlesex's chances. Derbyshire, they know if they could keep it tight through to them, to crank up the pressure, but equally can they grab a couple before it? For a single. They do get a couple before. Could be a swift finish tonight. Still a long way to go. Session a bit given making up time from yesterday. Nice shot, just stroked to cover by Duke though. Nicely done. Duke finding the ropes. Short boundary can count for a lot, and indeed in a run chase here at Lords, that's where you have to factor in 170 as a chase, 180 there is a short boundary on one side. As we see, when partnerships do get going, then runs can flow in this game. That's the key for Middlesex now, leading by 16. They need another big partnership from somewhere. Short, deep square back, just the single. Slip orchestrating matters. Two switching sides. Knuckle down, order of the evening for Middlesex. Talked about Middlesex batting through today, that's still certainly the case. If they were to hit stumps tonight, 120 ahead. 120 further from here, so 140 ahead. If they can get through half an hour in the morning. That at least makes it a challenge for Derbyshire, potentially in just before lunch, and 2 and a bit sessions to knock off whatever's required. Will be knocked over. We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, Middlesex have got to rack up those runs, and that's what Higgins is giving his side a fair helping hand to do. Nicely done. Patience is a virtue that can't be overstated for Middlesex right now. There's plenty of time left in this game. Similarly, Derbyshire need not rush matters. The lead is only 26 at run rate. They kept a good control of it in this game, keeping control of it. It's going to be key. Make Middlesex go as slow as possible in their attempts to salvage this. As we've seen with the fall of the 4th and 5th. Bang bang, and the complexion of the game changes swiftly, and from this position. Two quick wickets now could mean it moves at terminal velocity. Shape from that, swinging away through the air, and Duke was stretching for it slightly, a little like Deploy, but unlike Deploy, Duke's still setting himself up, so didn't go too hard at it. 2-2-5 for 5. Short and smashed. Derbyshire punished. 2 years of age, Bashir, from Chertsey in Surrey. Woking College, Fulbrook School. Berkshire cricketer. Somerset, Glamorgan, Worcestershire, and now Derbyshire. Ooh, now. Bite in that one for Bashir. A short leg, would have probably needed a forward short leg. .230 for 5. Higgins 22, Duke 17. Higgins scored 131 against Durham. Started starts the match. The first innings of the match against Durham here at Lords. Prior to that, it was 5-2, 11-14. 31, 3 not out, 32 in the first innings at Lancashire with 7 not out in the second. So 22 here is his third highest score of the season. Ninth innings. Oh, now he was looking to dab at it, but not that fine. Run it, but not quite as close to the wide slip as that. I think would be the fair estimate. That's an average of 35.5 for Higgins. 13 centuries, 24 50s. Cracking conversion rate. For Middlesex back in 2017 here at Lords against Yorkshire. Made his List A debut long before that. Came Glamorgan in Cardiff in 2014, 2014 in the Blast as well against Somerset. It was a match that was played at the Oval. Home game for Middlesex in 2014. Lords was unavailable for the game, so I had to accommodate. Not for the first time. Two, 3, 4 for 5. It's going to need one of the real scraps that Higgins can dig in for. Opens the face on that one, just a single, deep points back. Fancy footwork. FA Cup final was yesterday. Ten in the first innings for Duke. 24 years of age from Wakefield. Three first-class matches, just 17 with about 250s. Class first team action for Yorkshire, where he's on loan from, came in the one-day cup last summer, where he got 7, 28, 7, Lords 3, 19. 174 for the Yorkshire seconds against Somerset seconds at Taunton last September. Just 14, 10, 18 and 8 in seconds this summer. Indeed, my apologies, he did have a first team game 10th of April at Leeds, 10 and 14 against Hampshire. Now, that's going to be a tough stop, and it's not going to be one. Higgins into the 30s. Three in the first, the only innings he had at Lancashire for Middlesex last week, Duke. The 28 not out that he got, as I mentioned in the stay list, was at Radlett last year against Middlesex for Yorkshire. Out there, Higgins a little bit of width, just chopped down onto it. .239 for 5. Scores elsewhere. Hertfordshire 52 for 4. 163 is their target in that T20. Warwickshire away winners in the Women's Cup. T20 Cup. Martin Anderson's back. Pavilion end bowl for him, first in the match, I think, from the top end. Essex have beaten Leicestershire by 7 wickets. That's after Essex was shot out. Sorry, Leicestershire was shot out for 60. And it's after 27.4 overs of their second innings. The first inning scores of that match: 293 Essex, 333 Leicestershire, but 60 all out in their second innings and 104 for 3 Essex as they got over the line. Hampshire are 43 for 3, leading by 28 runs with 7 wickets remaining in their second innings against Nottinghamshire at Southampton. Relegation threatened Hampshire. Short and pulled, but sweeper back, so just a single. Somerset 526 for 8 at Taunton on day 3, declared. Sussex 159 for 3. First innings. Morgan 82 for 3. They lead Warwickshire by 190 at Edgbaston. 360 in their first innings. Warwickshire 252. Oh, and that single was their 50th partnership. They've done that in good time. 85 balls, 55 minutes. About this at Headingley, Yorkshire have Surrey 19 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing as they follow on by 263. Bale's gone for 11. I think there's an inside edge there, isn't there? It's rattled in between his legs, but rattled off the inside edge. Maybe not. There was their bat. Maybe not. I tell you what, it's a good shout. Two, 4, 1 for 5. Now I wondered, the little rattle in between pads there, is the umpire thinking, as I did, that that was an inside edge? Just there, it rattles off the back pad onto the front, and I wondered, does the umpire think that that's an inside edge? Otherwise, for all the worlds, that's surely pretty plumb. Right, second new balls in here. Time to try something different. Montgomery. Bit of off break. A few burns if Middlesex give this away to Montgomery. Hides the ball behind his back. There's almost, think of Nick Gubbins over the years with his almost shot put approach, tucks the ball under his chin. Sam Robson's medium pacer zigzag almost to the crease for his leg spin. Look at Montgomery. It's behind you. And up in the air off the edge. Bat face closed, almost back of the bat, I'd assume the way that that went at that angle. So angle of the bat. There you go. Almost the back of the bat. No mistake on that one from Higgins. He ticks along to 45. The reckoning was Middlesex needed a 200 stand. Much as Derbyshire had. Well, they've had a century stand. Got a 50 stand now. They do 250 stands. Osmond Deploy also got 64. Oh, short, doesn't get up. Higgins misses it, and that is one heck of a blow for Middlesex and an almighty wicket for Derbyshire. Smiles all round for the visitors. Mighty amount of woe for Middlesex. Look, this just doesn't quite get up. It hits barely halfway up the off stump, and Higgins, in disbelief, heads back. Again, just at a point where Middlesex would have thought they were in a position to push on. Higgins goes for 34. It's 2-4-5 for 6.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 3-6-5. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Higgins departs, Gohar arrives, and a big job to do. .48 balls for Higgins. Just got it to the 50 partnership, and again it pushes Middlesex to a match situation of 46 for 6. They have to get a 1 in front of that score right now. 150, and there's something to go at here. Where are they going to find these 100 runs? 4 wickets left. Gohar and Duke, very capable batters. Duke on his highest score since he hit that 28 not out against Middlesex at Radlett last year. In a first 11 match, it should be said. Second 11s, he's been knocking them around. Gohar, well, he's had some fine hours with the bat. Match-winning performance with the bat against Kent here last year, but arguably his finest hour in recent times was for Gloucestershire here. Where he put Gloucestershire into a position on the 3rd evening to turn the match on its head. That is what he's got to do here now for Middlesex. Toss finished, 2-4-5 for 6. Here it is. Yes, Higgins will reflect. It's not that short a ball. He's thinking about pulling it from outside off, and it's just done enough in one keeping low, but also turning in to clip the outside of off. And Higgins looks back in disbelief. It's not an unhealthy looking scorecard, that, but deploy 95. He'll be disappointed he didn't get to those 3 figures and go big. Faulkner just short of his 50. Higgins just really got set. 2-4-5 for 6 it is. Beautiful ball that from Anderson from the pavilion end up the slope. On the move again. Duke not happy with it. On the money, Anderson. So was the pigeon, though. Looking back at that Gohar innings, it was 86 that he got off 158 balls with 10 fours and a 6. It was LBW to Ryan Higgins, as Gloucestershire 309 for 9 declared in their first innings. So Middlesex hit 377. They were in a pretty decent position when Gohar arrived in the middle. 199 for 7. Ian Actor got a go in. That's just 30. Gohar 86. 309 for 9 it was. Just changed the momentum of the match, and Middlesex blasted out for 165 in their second innings. Derbyshire then hit 236 for 6 in 66 overs, a relatively straightforward chase in pretty quick time. Middlesex did get a few early, 66 for 3, but away went Hammond and Bracey, and then indeed Price and Gohar were the not out batters at the end of that one. Something along those lines that Middlesex need here from Gohar. He's in at 9 in that innings, in at 8 here, and he's got Roland Jones behind him. Also Ethan Bosch. 2 to the second new ball. That's what Gohar's got to line up first. That's the book. Bin, whatever it is. Looks as though it wanted to slide on again. Really get up from Montgomery. There's one thing they won't want to do now, it's give it another one away to Montgomery before the second new ball. Now, again, look at that keep low. How has Duke kept it out? Must be something in his action, the way he just skids them on here. How has Duke got bad on that? Well, he hides it behind his back. I'm wondering how varied his release is here, Montgomery, not really having seen him bowled before, but here's the one floated up. That was an off break. Just wondering if the one that kept low, was it out of the back of the hand? No, it was an off break as well. Middlesex must take away from that is you wouldn't fancy chasing 150. They lead by 47, just 4 wickets remaining. One for Anderson, and it was the big one, Leas Deploy. That's a very good ball. Likely to be his fine low for now before Aitchison and Hayden return. 31 years of age now, just going through his batting ability. Average just 23 with the bat, but he's far better than that. 1 century in 17 50s. He's got 83 at Northamptonshire already this season. 56 against Durham. 43 against Worcestershire in the first innings. Just the 4 up at Old Trafford. $80 bowls and over to the umpires. Second new ball is available. And there it is. Aitchison to bowl with it. 7 in the match. Can he become the first player to bag a 10-for and a century? Match here at Lords since 1930. He's got 7, there's only 4 left to grab, so he'll have to be fast about it. Greedy about it at least. Derbyshire don't mind a jot who gets them, but it would be a near 100-year feat for Aitchison if he can grab 3 of those. Bit of shape on that. Good slope sliding off to leg, but was it through the air? So it came back slightly to it, maybe a bit of late swing there, which is denied to us by the head of the umpire. Floor to gully. Reaching for it, playing away from the body go hard, just a guide really. It's quite the job required though for Middlesex from here. They need a minimum 100 more from this position. Around the wicket, taken off the stumps, taken for a single. Just over with the second new ball. Single off it. 248 for 6. So the lead 49 over to Hayden, who's kept it extremely tight. Pace, good accuracy. As a result, good economy. For 40 from 17, he's going to start up around the wicket here to Gohar. Flowing drive and 4 runs for Gohar. A bit of width. A little too full. And point drops back as a result. 53 the lead. Down the ground, 4 more. 11 for Gohar, 57 the leads. Middlesex aren't buried yet. Drops the single to deep point. Good batting from Gohar. 12 from 14 for him. Good from both. Held in from Hayden, defended well by Duke. 257 for 6. Middlesex women have won their T20 Cup match, so they'll now face Warwickshire in the next round. They've seen off Hertfordshire June 21st at Bradlett. Next round of the Cup for Middlesex, and a big one against Warwickshire as well. T20 champions, of course, Middlesex. Only 6 runs was the victory margin for Middlesex women in that match against Hertfordshire in the Cup. width and edged. Gohar goes for it. And he's got to go back to the pavilion. He just moved away from him as well. 7 down. Aitchison as an 8th. There it was, a little flick. And a big wicket. Started well. Guess with the catch. 12 down. Aitchison's 8th of the match, 3rd of the innings. Middlesex only have 3 standing. 257 for 7. Bosch makes his way out, not with a runner. It's Bashir returning to the field behind him. Thought for a moment he had a mate. Big job to do here. He's got Duke at the other end. It's a proper innings required from Bosch. In ahead of Roland Jones, which gives you an idea of the batting credentials. Middlesex still shy, I reckon, 90 runs of it becoming interesting. 58, 26 overs remain today. Derbyshire can be forgiven for thinking of a 3-day victory here. 3 more wickets to secure. Goes for a full in swinger. Bosch equal to it. Taken. Bosch, 28 years of age now. There's 1 first-class century to his name, 12 50s, average of 26.5. Steer for a single to finish the over. He'll keep the strike, Duke. 259 for 7. This is why. There you go. It's just moved away up the slope, and as a result, it's taken it away from Gohar. There you go, off the surface. He's not even close to it, and that's where he's not been able to keep control as he stretches. I'm sure a little too early in the innings. Makes the new ball to be playing that shot with the moving ball. So need to adjust to the surface first. Well adjusted is Duke. 65 faced, 21 to his name. 8th wicket for Aitchison as well is now his best bowling in a match. 7 for 95 is previous. 6 for 28 in an innings is still his best. Which he won't beat here, but he has got his best in a match, and he could have his first 10 for. Back down the slope for Duke. Where'd he wear it? There's the middle inside tickle as well. Oof. Up the abdomen. .259 for 7. Other result in the T20 Women's County Cup. Derbyshire Falcons women have beaten Cumbria women by 7 wickets, 106 for 3 in 16.2 overs. Cumbria women 102 for 8. Wins as well for Glamorgan against Berkshire, Gloucestershire against Oxfordshire, Northamptonshire against Bedfordshire and Huntingdonshire. Buckinghamshire women have beaten Norfolk women to reach the next round. Oh, play that. Moving towards the stumps, straightening. Down the slope slightly, enough to beat the edge. It's looking a bit grim over the back of the pavilion. Roughly where it's coming from, ever so slightly over the back of the wall, and more so where it's slightly more broken up the cloud, but it feels like it won't be long until we're calling on the floodlights here, which that in itself will push us to the 4th day. No sign of them just yet, but it won't be too far off. Looking at the skyline. That pavilion looks pretty grim. But we've been lucky today. We've seen a lot of grey stuff pass over the back of the grandstand to the north of us. We may see a bit pass to the south behind the tavern and the Warner. The fading lights, but Middlesex hope that their hopes aren't fading in this game. Resisted by Bosch. Cohar's muttering somewhere, why didn't I leave it alone like that? 61 the lead, 3 standing. All the way through, it's been a case of can Middlesex match the second innings score of Derbyshire in this match and set the circle 177 for the final innings, which was Middlesex's first innings score. That's nicely done. He fetched it a little, but he's timed it well. That's boundary for Bosch. Chipped, not quite intentionally. Might bring 4. No, it's just going to lose its legs. There's a couple though, Bosch. 67 the lead now. I believe, yeah, so 177 if Middlesex could have matched. That's one of the way this match shaped up from the second morning onwards, but Derbyshire certainly got away from them yesterday. Throughout the day. Fight back from deploying Holden, Faulkner today. But it's got to be a rearguard action now to give themselves something to bowl at here from the lower order. 6 for 7. Is that nasty weather? Look at that. One taken off, one going down. Looking pretty grim over towards Heathrow. Now, what's he got? Oh, well, Bosch looks at the bat. Hayden liked it. The umpire liked it. Bosch does not. Bosch's face tells the story, but his actions did as well. Inside edge or outside edge onto the pad. From from that angle. If you look at it, if there's no bat, it's clearly out from behind. You can just see that edge onto the pad. Bosch in disbelief. 2.66 for 8. Toby Rowland-Jones. Duke's still there on 21, so a proper innings to be played here. None of the big shots just yet. If one more were to go, then Middlesex will start to press the gamble button and try and blast their way to something to bowl at. Look for the little deflection there. There's a little bop on the outside edge. Just there, you can just see the deviation before it then hits that back pad. The umpire didn't see it. And Bosch, as a result, had to go. Aitchison, 2 wickets remain in this innings, 2 more for a 10 for. The lights are on. Nice shot by Duke, just the single. We split the field for Duke. Give him the single. Well, he'll have to do well to prize the ball from Aitchison's hand here. He's got 8, there's 2 remaining in the innings. Field back up for Rowland-Jones, 6-3, 3 slips. Edged, put down at third. First baller for Rowland-Jones. It would have been Aitchison's 9th. Anderson at third slip. Shell him on off his old skipper. Is that the little life that Middlesex need at this late stage, just to give them a little bit of hope to push on towards something slightly bigger to bowl at? 177 was talked about, 150 minimum. At this stage you'd have to say they'd take 120. Those 51 runs away. Deep point, deep square, long leg. It's fine at the deep point, and that will be 4 more. 73 the lead. They knew they needed to bat out today. There's 22 overs remaining of it. We put them around a 130 lead. Short, pulled in front of deep square. How well's he pulled it? He's pulled it for 2. Well, lights could become an issue. But probably with Duke set, Rowland-Jones just having been given a life, you wonder would Middlesex at this stage actually think we'll take our chances under this light and bat on. There should be enough time, looking at the forecast, in the game tomorrow for comfortably a victory one way or the other. It's a long leg, single taken to end the over. 9 off it. 275 for 8. Certainly rain in the west. Whether it reaches us, but whether the light intervenes anyway. There has been a light meter reading taken in this match for the level at which they'll have to go off, so it's, for want of a better phrase, pretty black and white. Two here, settle on the single. Now Roland Jones comes up the track to talk to Duke. Short boundary to the leg side. Fancy at this stage with light dimming that Middlesex should still be thinking the long game. Two exceptionally good batters, Duke and Roland Jones. Edge on that one and a single more. Can they scramble this somewhere around 120? Those two. Sham will hold up an end for sure. Oh, Carl's on the move. You can smell rain. Smell an early dinner. Inside edge on that one. Worth a question. That not have been an inside edge, it was plumb. For a single. Clearly not going to find the strike with Roland Jones at the other end. And those singles to some extent I think he'll happily take, because Roland Jones similarly I'm sure will just stroke it around. For ones and twos at this stage, as tempting as that boundary may be, I'm sure it'll have to be a pretty short ball that Roland Jones starts to consider. The light's getting pretty grim here, I tell you what, I might not see out another over, possibly not even this. See how filled it is in the distance, and that's sitting in front of the sun right now. A few columns of rain on both turrets. Oh, wow. A smile from Roland Jones. Give me 50 more runs, he says. And I'll bowl a few of those too. 278 for 8. Here we go again. It's pretty tight right now, I reckon, on the light front. Madson's having a chat at the other end. If we bowl the spinners, can we stay on? It looks as though we could be in trouble here. That's on the way. What does that say to you? And we're off. Off they go. And looking at that skyline, that is likely to be it for day 3. Middlesex leading by 79, 2 wickets standing. Well, it'll be all eyes on the skies in the morning. An hour of sunshine, maybe, and Middlesex could get on with it and try to make a game of it on the final day. There are scattered showers forecast for tomorrow, so there is that for Middlesex. Come out and dig in on the final day and hope that if they aren't able to get to something defendable here, that they are at least able to take time out of the game if there's rain around. It's all to play for tomorrow. It may well still be all to play for tonight. If play resumes here at Lords, we will of course be back on the live stream immediately, but I think it's fair to say at 20 to 6 with a grim skyline in the distance and bad light taking them off and seemingly rain on the way is scheduled for about 6 this evening, forecast for 6. That is probably it. The way the Derbyshire boys are going off as well, there's a lot of high fives and hugs, and they're pretty much feeling by the looks of it, it's done for the day as well. So pats on the back for Derbyshire. They've won the second half of the day after Middlesex won the first half, but crucially they won all day yesterday, and that's why Middlesex are fighting back here at their Lords. It's a belter between Middlesex and Derbyshire. If you can join us back tomorrow, please do. If we are back today, then we'll be live here on the stream as soon as play resumes. It's very unlikely. So, from myself, Kevin Hand, and the rest of the team on the stream, alongside 79 runs ahead of the wickets now. We'll say goodbye for now on the stream to Association.
Action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Laugh, ball,
Catch,
thrill.
try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, that's it. Stumps have been called here at Lords. So back in the morning, weather permitting, 8 wickets down, 79 the lead for Middlesex. You never know. Join us back tomorrow on the live stream here at Lords from Middlesex. Brought to you in association with Alphabet. But from now, from me, Kevin Hand, and the rest of the team here, it's a very good night to you all.